On December 15, 2013, 63-year-old businessman Douglas Carlisle was gunned down in his South Hill, Washington home, while his terrified wife looked on. The gunman, dressed in all black, ran away from the scene, dropping a glove nearby. Investigators looked into Douglas's business dealings and discovered he had made investments with James Hendrickson, the owner of an oil-filled trucking company in North Dakota. Doug's son told police that his father said if anything ever happened to him, it was James Hendrickson. Detectives also learned that one of Hendrickson's employees, 29-year-old Christopher Casey Clark, had gone missing from the company headquarters in February 2012, after it was rumored he planned to leave for a rival trucking firm. When investigators get DNA results back from the glove found in the murder scene, it points to convicted criminal Timothy Suckow. After police discover Suckow has Hendrickson's numbers stored in his cell phone, they bring him down to the station to grill him about the two murders.
Tonight?
Oh, yeah. Where am I going to
Tim,
go?
my name's Mark.
Where am I going to go?
Tim,
Yes, I'm listening.
my name's Mark.
My name's
Okay.
Tim.
Paul's going to take the handcuffs off you, and I'm going to hook you to the floor. And then I'm going to go get you a pop or water or whatever you want.
Some sleep would be nice.
We'll let you take your coat off.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I didn't realize my stereo was on.
Just
Hang on for a second. He's got to finish.
Oh, I got a
this.
fresh tattoo. That's
There you go. Go ahead and take your coat off.
so it's a little sore.
Where's your fresh tattoo at? On your back?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a back pattern.
Grab a seat for me. Which hand do you want this on? Left or
That
right?
should be fine.
Pop, water, coffee.
Sleep.
Can't get you any sleep.
There you
Be a few minutes. We got some paperwork to do and some stuff I have to be in, okay? Tell you what's going on.
go. Sure. God, I hate it when you guys do that.
Hey, Tim.
Uh,
Again, I'm Mark. This is my partner, Brian.
Mark and Brian.
Mark and Brian. Tim, I am recording this tonight.
No,
What
never mind.
Today's date is it the 13th today? Time is 21:59 hours to me. Let me tell you what's going on while you're here. All right.
That'd be great.
Back in North Dakota, there's a large federal investigation going on targeting James Hendrickson. And a bunch of fraud and some murders. And you are caught up in this investigation. We had a murder here in Spokane in mid-December. His number's in your phone,
Oh, okay.
all right?
Yeah.
Today is the day to help yourself out. I didn't come to you by accident, okay? My killer left something up at the house, and your DNA is all over it. No joke. The van at your work that you drive is on my video up there.
You guys are scaring me now.
You should be scared. You're looking at federal conspiracies to commit murder, fraud, life in prison. Yeah.
I better get a lawyer.
If you want a lawyer, get a lawyer. But today's your day to help yourself out.
Oh, you guys are f***ing out of your minds. I knew that was coming, something like that eventually.
Today's the day to help yourself.
And do what?
Talk about James, the murders.
James.
Yeah. His phone number's in your phone.
I know.
Pretty bad news.
Because he was offering a job way back when.
Well, here's what we're going to do. I want to read your rights.
Okay.
I'd like to talk to you today, because I'm not kidding you. I have enough to book you right now for first-degree aggravated murder. Murder for hire.
Wow.
I'm sure locally I know who's involved with you. And we're moving forward.
Okay.
I would like to rather, instead of, see, here's the deal. We're doing you first. They're raiding him tomorrow and putting a bunch of people in jail back there. There's going to be people crying for help. Because I don't know if you understand it, federally in a conspiracy, the people just doing the fraud also get done for the murders. So they'll sure talk. But I would rather pound James with the murders too and let you help yourself out. We're tearing your house apart tonight.
How good. I hope you can clean it.
Well, we aren't picking it up, but we are tearing it apart.
It's a mess.
Tim, you acted like this. Hang on, let me read your rights because you want to ask questions.
No, that's fine.
So Tim, my name is Detective Mark Burbridge. I'm a police officer. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney at this time and before answering any questions. You have the right to have your attorney present during the questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost before any question if you so desire. Keep in mind, you can pick and choose what questions you want to answer. You can stop at any time. Do you understand these rights?
Yeah, but do I need a lawyer before we even do anything?
That's your choice.
Probably be smarter. Some serious accusations you're making.
At this point, we're probably beyond accusations.
Well,
you are under arrest, and
okay.
And you can help yourself out.
You can take me to jail. We'll iron this out in court because you guys are out of your tree.
I'm not kidding you about having your
I'm
DNA.
not kidding you either, man.
I have your DNA up there.
Great.
We have the van involved in the murder. I can tie you directly to the guy that wanted him dead.
Jesus. Let's go to jail and take it to court.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
I have a search warrant to take buccal swabs to confirm the DNA hit, and then we're going to take photographs.
Great.
And then we're going to hang on to you for a while while we get your boss down there and do some search warrants at the work business and at your home.
All
right. If you decide to talk to your lawyer and you want help, you're going to have to be working through the FBI probably from here on out because they're going to be adopting this back in North Dakota.
Oh, that's great, but I'm going to do a lawyer first.
All right. So hang on here.
No problem. Wow, you guys lost your fucking mind.
See if I can get the. Apparently, we're out at your house and you got a safe in the basement.
Yeah.
I know you've lawyered up, so you have a choice to make. You can either provide us with the combination, or we can smash your safe to pieces and.
Smash it to pieces? I don't know the combination.
Okay.
I'm not even sure what's in it.
Okay. No big deal. What I'm gonna do here is I'm just you know what a buccal swab is?
Yeah.
This is a little cotton swab. I'm gonna rob 2 of them on the inside of your cheek. Just take some skin cells on the inside of your cheek, and then I'm gonna store them in that box and take them out to property. Not a big deal. Completely painless. Open your mouth for me. Right, if you want to grab the camera and take the photos,
You want to do it here or do it next door?
Yeah, we can do it next door. Yeah, let me take the handcuff off of him and just take care of it there. You're going to sit here for a while while we do the search warrant at your house. It's going to be a while. You can lay your head down, take a nap, do whatever you want. It's going to be 3-4 hours probably.
Oh, sure.
If you sure you don't want a pop or something to drink, knock on the door or knock on the table because we can see what's going on. If you need to use the restroom, and I'll make sure you get to the restroom as many times as you want to go, or if anytime you want a beverage, you change your mind, or you want something to eat, I've got snacks here too if you want something to eat, all right?
Okay.
Again, my name's Mark, so just knock and say, hey, Mark, I need something, and I'll be right here, okay? How you doing? This officer's going to take you over to jail.
Sweet.
Continue to be a gentleman for us. Spread your feet nice and wide for me here, Tim. Wider, buddy. Put this hand up on the wall if you would. Way high, let's lean forward there. There you go, bud. Hand up on the wall for me, Tim. Go yours.
Bring both your hands down behind your back.
There
Interlace your fingers for me. Interlace your fingers for me.
I'm fine. No coat, I think, no.
What's that?
I said no coat.
No, I got your coat.
It's not good.
Right. We're literally parked 10 feet out from the door.
Suckow is arrested for murder, but decides to cooperate with investigators. He's brought back in for another interview so he can tell them everything he knows about the murders of Douglas Carlisle and Casey Clark.
The interview today is being audibly and visually recorded. Today's date is April 25th, and the time is 9:54 a.m. Present in the room is FBI Agent Eric Barker, and Spokane PD Detective Ryan Sesnick, Chief Criminal Deputy with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Ani Ahmed. I'm Detective Mark Burbridge. This is Miss Jill Nagel. I'm sorry I don't know your hyphenated.
It's fine.
And Mr. Tom Krasinski from the Public Defender's Office, and Mr. Tim Suko. Gentlemen.
Mr. Suko, as Mr. Detective Berber just said, my name is Ani Ahmed. I'm the Criminal Chief of the U.S. Attorney's Office. And the purpose of us being here is to interview you regarding Mr. Henderson up in North Dakota and some criminal activities that we are aware of. And it is my understanding that you are talking to us today in an effort to secure a favorable plea in federal court. You will be indicted in federal court. We are in the process right now of getting some approvals done. You will be charged with an offense that normally carries a mandatory life or death penalty offense. It's called murder for hire. We would charge you with 2 counts. Now, I understand that in terms of your statement today, your intention is to cooperate with the United States in the prosecution of Mr. Hendrickson and others. What you say today and what's contained in that free talk letter that your attorneys discussed with you indicates that whatever you say today won't be used against you. If the detectives, by independent and derivative use, find other evidence, then they're free to use that. What that means is whatever you say today, if you say something which leads directly to a piece of evidence, that in itself can't be used against you. But if they independently find that piece of evidence, which they have, much of it, then it can be used against you. So the reason for that is I want you to talk freely today. And I want you to talk honestly, and I want you to be forthcoming about your relationship with Mr. Hendrickson. The detectives here and the agent may have questions for you. They certainly will have questions for you. I may butt in from time to time and ask just a follow-up, but they're going to lead the questions. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
If you'd like me to go, and just put on the record that I've reviewed the free talk letter agreement that was emailed to me this morning. I've read it to Mr. Suko. He didn't have any questions about it. I have not had him sign that yet. I was going to ask him to do that now. I also would like to make sure that Mr. Suko is aware of the conversation that took place yesterday with members of the Spokane County Prosecutor's Office, including Steve Tucker, the head of that office. Tim and I spoke yesterday about it. I just want to make some clarification on it. As Tim sits here, he's only charged by the state of Washington. It's our understanding that once federal charges are initiated and filed against him, that the state charges would be dismissed. In light of the cooperation that's anticipated, that the only charges then would be the Eastern District of Washington federal charges. My understanding is we have members from North Dakota on the line that there would be no state or federal North Dakota charges. based on the information that we're going to discuss today, specifically Mr. Hendrickson and Mr. Clark.
Yes, and let me expand on that so we can be very specific as to our understanding on the record. Our understanding is that I anticipate Mr. Sukow being charged with 2 counts of murder for hire, subject to approval of the Department of Justice, pending his cooperation, meaning he has to complete it. We were talking in the neighborhood of 30 years of incarceration. That would be as opposed to the death penalty or as opposed to life in prison. In exchange for that, again, subject to approval by the Department of Justice, he would cooperate fully against Mr. Hendrickson and others, and cooperation would include testimony and, at the discretion of the FBI, a polygraph examination, which he must pass. We must also find the body, the remnants of Casey Clark. Just telling us the location and us not finding Mr. Clark is not good enough. We must actually, in order for this cooperation to go through, must find him. So that's one of the requirements of this proffer. In terms of his completed cooperation, at that time, it is our understanding that the United States, again, subject to approval of DOJ, will recommend a sentence of confinement for 30 years.
Why is it gotta be 30 years?
Mr. Sukow, 30 years.
I'm already 50 years old. I've already done 20 years of my life because of this illness.
Mr. Sukow, let me just say this. There's evidence to indicate that you have killed at least 2 people. That makes you, because you were hired by somebody out of state or you used a cell phone.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand why nobody's listening.
And so we're clear today. I believe approximately a week ago, Mr. Sukow started to take some antidepressants, Tegretol.
For bipolar disorder that I was diagnosed a week before I was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison back in 91. Nobody listened then.
But he has been on that medication for approximately a week.
Okay, well then I'm here, Mr. Sukow, to listen. I make no assurances to you, but I'm here to listen to you.
I know. It just hurts, that's all. It just hurts.
Well then get it off your conscience by talking to us.
I didn't mean to do anything. I didn't mean to do any of this stuff. I don't know why I did it.
How did you get introduced to Mr. Hendrickson?
Do you want to sign first?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ready to sign.
If you're ready to proceed, Tim. Yeah, keep it on the table. So.
Okay, Sunday. Me.
How did you meet Mr. Hendrickson, Tim? First, is it okay if I call you Tim throughout this process today? Tim, my name is Mark. You can call me Mark. Call me by my first name, all right? This is informal. I'm a friendly guy. And just so we're clear and it's on the record, rest breaks whenever people need them. People need beverages, please speak up. And we're taking a lunch break here in a couple hours, so we'll just take care of all that, okay? So, again, Mr. Hendrickson, how did you meet him?
Robert Dale called me one day, but I called him. He told me that he knew somebody in North Dakota that needed somebody beat up or something.
When was this, do you think?
Probably February of 2012, I believe.
And so when Robert called you, did he tell you who it was that was going to get beat up?
No, he didn't know, I don't think.
Did he tell you who wanted it done?
I think he just said his first name, James.
How did you get in touch with James from that point?
I can't remember if I called him from Spokane or not, or if I just... I remember taking a train.
Did they offer to pay you to beat him up, the guy?
I assume so, because I was laid off because the work was slow. That's one reason why I thought about it.
Do you remember how much they offered to pay you just to beat him up?
No, there wasn't any price. I think Mosey said something like he said maybe you'll get a couple thousand out of it or something.
Who said that?
I think
Muggsy?
Yeah, that's DeLeo's Muggsy, that's how I know.
Okay, so Robert DeLeo's street name or nickname is Muggsy?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you meet Muggsy?
He got a job with IRS back in like 2007 or 8, something like that.
So that's where you were working?
Yeah,
Okay.
When I got out of prison, I got a job there. You know. So worked hard there for 9 years.
You, speaking with James, at what point did it change from he wants this guy beat up to he wants him dead?
That was when we were sitting at Arby's in Williston at about 1:30 in the morning when I got off the train. I had to sit outside the train station and wait for him for like an hour. And he got me a mushroom burger. And he started talking to me about this guy that had a lawsuit against him, who was an Indian. And he started telling me about what I did. And I was trying to rationalize with him and say, that there's other ways around what he was thinking. And then he mentioned that he should have him killed. I think he was kind of fishing to see what kind of response I had. And I thought he was joking.
Did he offer to pay you to kill him? I'm just curious if you know.
There was no one else. We didn't. I think he was just trying to get to know me at the time.
Okay.
And, I mean, he just picked me up and we went to the Arby's.
No one else was with you?
No.
At what point did you realize he was serious?
He was talking about Steve Kelly. I didn't know Kelly's first name. I remembered it, I should say, in some of the words. He said something about his name. he owned a rival trucking company on the reservation, and I guess they had some kind of monetary dispute. Steve filed a civil action against him, which threatened to expose the fact that his company wasn't owned by Indian or Native American, and would have had him thrown off the res because his company was on the reservation. And he felt that if he could get him out of the way, that he could have the whole res to himself.
I just want to make sure that we're not confused about time frames here. In February 2012 was when Casey Clark disappeared.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
But you're sitting at the Arby's talking about Mr. Kelly.
I just got there.
Okay.
This was all about Kelly.
Okay. So then what happened?
I didn't agree or deny any. I didn't agree or accept anything, and we went to Rockford, and he had like 3 little cabins he was renting or something, 3 or 4. And he let me stay in one for the rest of the night. And that morning, he come into the cabin and woke me up. And said that he was kind of angry at that one of the guys that was working for him, I forgot what title he said the guy had. And he asked me if I wanted to go to work. I said, sure. Didn't come all the way over there for nothing. Spent my own money to get there. And on the way to the shop, he started telling me about Casey. How he was threatening to leave the company and take some of the truckers with him.
Okay.
And that's when he asked me if I'd kill him. I didn't even think he was serious. When we got to the shop, he wanted to introduce me to everybody, and I was like, I don't want all that shit. I'm not here to be introduced to everybody. And even on the way to the shop, he was saying how maybe I could get a job with him and be there. It seemed like him and Bugsy were so adamant about keeping me there in North Dakota.
Sure.
He took me inside where the office was. And he went in, I was in the hallway. Then he come back out of the office after talking to somebody and took me to the shop in the back, showed me around. It was morning, probably about 8 o'clock or so. And we went into the shop and it was empty except some garbage and all the cans of the motorcycle in the corner. And he tried to set it up in the sense of, he was telling me that I'll bring Casey back here and you can just put a chokehold on him. Even though I was a big guy, I didn't feel very comfortable about. I'm not a fighter. I'm not very confident about my strength. And then he told me, he goes, he carries a gun. He's known to carry a gun. And I says, well, I'm not going to choke him out if he's going to carry a gun. And he said, maybe you can hit him with something. And I looked around the shop, and all I could see was those floor jacks when the handle comes off. And,
Can you tell me what the shop looks like?
it's square. It had a bathroom in the corner. By the door you go in, had a big garage door.
Do you know what a Quonset hut is? Kind of a domed kind of.
It wasn't that. It was a brand new building. It was all square. And the pull-up garage door had little windows in it. There was a lot of trucks outside, away from the building, idling. And I took the handle off. It was aluminum handle. 3.5 feet, maybe.
Hollow or solid?
It was hollow. I went back over by the door, and he said, I'll bring him in and introduce you. I still didn't believe it was real. It was kind of like there was a part of me that just didn't believe it. Like, this isn't happening. And I stood by the door, and there was a bookshelf rack thing there, and the handle was leaning against the wall beside it, between it and the door. And I guess Casey was on his way or something.
Can you tell me what time of day this was?
It was probably about 10 o'clock that morning. I'm really not violent.
Sometimes you just get situations, Tim, and I understand that. I can tell this is very emotional for you, and I'm sorry for that.
But I'm concerned. I need to go to sleep. And I shook his hand. And he immediately turned him around to take him over by the motorcycle a little bit. I guess it was his motorcycle or something. You know, I remember him saying these are the plans that I have for the shop. And I didn't even think. It's just, I grabbed the handle. And I walked up behind him. And I hit him back in the head. And he stumbled and fell. I hate telling this story. It sucks. And he tried to get up. And I hit him about 3, 4 more times. He stopped moving. I could tell the last hit was so solid.
When you say you hit him 3 or 4 more times, where were you striking him?
In the head. And I stopped and blood started coming out of his head. And James says, we need to stop the blood. I put the handle down and I turned around and saw some garbage bags. And I ran over by the bathroom and dumped the garbage out and ran back. And I put the bag over his head. And I tied it and drug him away from the puddle that was on the floor a little bit. And I can't remember if he said something or I said something, but I ended up dragging him over to the bathroom and closing the door. And James says, "Oh, you gotta clean up the blood." And there was some rags and towels and stuff in the garage, so I started cleaning it up. And he says, "I gotta go to the office." And I asked him if anybody had a key to the door, and he goes, I'll ask somebody. I said, because I don't want anybody coming in while I'm cleaning this up. And he said, just lock the door. And I said, we need to keep people from coming up to look in the windows. And he says, I'll work on that or something like that. And he was gone for probably 5 or 10 minutes. Comes back, knocks on the door, I let him in. The blood had stained the concrete. Some of it fell inside a crack. He come back and he had a key to the door and he asked me how it was gone. He went back over and looked at the spot. I was trying to clean the stain up. And he says, well, I'm going to go back out again, just keep cleaning. And I asked him, I says, I got somebody, what about the windows? Said something like that. And he goes, I got a couple of guys outside keeping other people away from the door. And I said, who? And he said, Justin and George. And I said, do you trust these guys? And he goes, yeah. So I didn't question it. I mean, in Justin's defense, I don't think Justin knew what was going on.
Do you know Justin?
No, I met him. When the story goes on, he left and came back again like 10 minutes later or so. And I remember him coming in like at least like 3 times or something. And the last time he came in, I mean, I was in there probably an hour or so, something like that. Trying to get the color of the concrete back.
What were you using to clean the concrete?
Whatever was in the shop, I mean, bleach, oil that was pouring on the floor and I could see it. I got most of it up. But James came in kind of frantic and he says, we gotta get rid of his truck. He was parked out front. Because one of his friends called and says he was on his way out here to see him or something like that. So I said, we got a key to the bathroom. And he did. So he locked the bathroom door and locked the garage door on the way out. He didn't have his new truck. He had George, who I found out later obtained Hendrickson's old truck and he bought a new one. It was a black Dodge Ram, one of those 1500, 2500 series, whatever it was. It's got a big old noisy cannon in the tailpipe. So when we left the shop, he told me that he was going to get a ride with George. And we'll take the truck into Watford and drop it off. It's like a 20-minute trip. That's where we're at. So we left. I don't think anybody even saw me. I just got in and drove.
You drove Casey's truck?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a white Chevy, I think. I don't know what kind of, I can't remember.
How old?
I couldn't even tell you.
New or old?
What's old?
10 years. Do you remember anything unusual inside of it?
No. I don't remember anything distinct about it. I just remember it being white.
Okay.
It was probably a newer one, I imagine. I think Sarah had James's truck. That's why George got involved. And George followed me with James to Watford. And I parked it in Back Street. If there is such a thing in Watford. And locked it. Locked it. I took the keys with me. Jumped in George's truck and we went back to the shop. And we get in there and George is outside. Guard duty, I guess, call it. I went back in, he's doing some more cleaning. Cleaning garbage up and dumped out and stuff. And James came back in after a while. I can't remember how the time frame was. And I said, we gotta get him out of here. He goes, yeah, I know. Well, right there beside the door underneath the drinking fountain was a cardboard box that had a toilet in it because it was a new building, so I imagine that was the toilet that was in the bathroom. So I told him, give me a hand. And we put Casey in the box. And pushed it over by the door. And he went outside and talked to George about backing his truck up to the door. There's a lot of people around. A lot of truckers waiting for a job. And we opened the garage door and George backed in I think George knew about that time something had happened.
What makes you think that?
Because he come out of his truck and Justin kind of meandered on in, and James had to help me lift the box from the bottom into the back of the truck, the bed of the truck. And I just got a feeling that, people perceive stuff. And I think about that time, George knew something was up. I don't think Justin was too hip. It seemed like he really knew what was going on. I don't know. I can't speak for him. And just as we get the box in the back of the truck, a couple other guys walking in and standing right there asking James some questions about jobs or something. And within a few minutes, we jumped in the rig, and George, James, and I jumped in the rig. We made sure we threw a shovel in the back. It was probably about, probably 2 in the afternoon, maybe by then. And we drove towards Watford, and I can't remember if it was me or George asked, where are we going? Probably George did, because he was driving. He goes, I know where we can go. And he went, we got to Watford and went west on whatever highway that is for about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. And pulled off on a turnout, so to speak, and there was a gate there, like a barbed wire gate with a sign on it, and I wanted to say it said like the Badlands State Park or something like that. I could be wrong. And James got out and took the gate off, and George drove through, and he put the gate back up. And we probably drove maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, something like that. It wasn't very far. It was out of the side of the road. And to the left there was some lanes. And we stopped at one of the ravines. James and I got out, walked down into the ravine. And he asked me, goes, where do you think? I found a spot by a tree. So my ears came off. James was still there. I think he was full of himself. I mean,
What was George doing?
George just sat in the truck. He was a trucker. He was tired. He says, "I'm just going to stay here and sleep." Okay. Just keep a lookout. See if anybody comes along. And I'd have to say it was probably 3:30 by then, maybe, because I remember we didn't have much daylight. And I dug. And James didn't help at all. I dug it all the way up to my chest. It was probably like 3.5 by 2.5 foot wide hole. And the only thing I remember standing in the hole, and he said something like, "So how much is this going to cost me," or something like that. And I had my back to him. They knew he was armed. They knew he had a gun on him. And I was leaving, and I said, $20,000. And he choked. 20,000? I turned around, I looked at him from the hole, and I go, "It's first-degree murder, man. It's the death penalty." And I turned back around and took a couple more shovel loads, and turned back and looked at him, and I said, "Oh," I said, "do me a favor." He said, "Oh," I said, "don't shoot me in the back of the head while I'm digging this hole." He really should have. And, I was putting the dirt on top of the tarp that we had, so I didn't have this fresh dirt going all over. It was getting light too. Oh yeah, I forgot. On the way there, I turned my phone off, and we pulled off to the side of the road to drop his phone off because he had a smartphone and he couldn't get the battery out of it or something. So we had to drop that on the side of the road so we wouldn't get tagged to the spot. And,
So he finished digging the hole.
we went back to the truck, and it was probably 11 o'clock at night, and it was late, and George was asleep. And I remember asking George, "You see anybody?" And I was asleep. So I took the box on the side so I could grab Casey And he was getting stiff by then. So I cradled him. And carried him down there to the ravine spot. I remember the blood. I remember the blood. Sloshing around in the bag. And we got him down there in the hole. And I took his clothes off. And I took the bag off and put his clothes in the bag. And I put him in the hole. Facing downhill. And I started putting the dirt on him. And packing it every once in a while. And when we were done, I took the extra dirt and just flung it all over the place. And I laid a stick across the grave. And we left. So sorry.
What happened to his clothes in the bag?
We went back and picked up his phone and the clothes in the box were in the back of the truck. And
Sure.
I'm really a horrible person.
I don't think you're a horrible person, Tim. I think you made some choices that you wish you hadn't made. And you're trying to do the right thing now. I think that's good.
Yeah, but I ruined so many lives. That's what bothers me.
You have the rest of your life to try to fix that.
I don't have the rest of my life. The rest of my life is all gone.
It's changed, but it's not gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
You're going to make a big difference to Casey's mom.
I know, that's
I
what
talk to her, she cries
I
every day.
know. I thought about that too. Last couple of years, I've wanted to commit suicide so many times. I wanted to die.
So you went back to Watford, picked up Casey's truck.
No, he had to go somewhere to get rid of the clothes. I don't remember. George picked the spot out. I don't even remember how we even got there. I don't even know where it is. Couldn't even tell you now. We went someplace. There's a bunch of oil rigs around. And they sat in the truck while I burned those clothes. And oh no, wait. We went to, we had to go back to the cabin and change my clothes because I had blood on my clothes. And I wanted to burn all that, my boots and everything too.
Can we take a 2-minute break? We need to change the tape and record. We're going to take just a little break right now. You need to use the bathroom? The time is 10:49.
That'd be a good time for a bathroom break.
Okay. The recorder's still, we're recording this on the computer, also on the screen recorder there, but we just need to change the tape. And you want a pop or a water tin? You sure? And we also have corn nuts here. I heard you like them. We got 3 or 4 different varieties. Don't be shy. I'll open them up anytime you want, okay? Stop watching the view with my head. You say, scratch your hand.
There's a restaurant out there.
Straight down the hall. And then just past O'Brien's wall right now.
I deserve to be punished.
When we're done today, would you like a chance to call anybody? I'll let you call anybody and you can talk however long you want to. Joanne or anybody?
Do you want us to call Joanne and see if she wants a phone call later? I'm sure she's around, right?
I'll do anything I can for you today that's legal for me to do. Okay.
I haven't talked to her on the phone for a long time. I saw her yesterday. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here.
Well, I know she's supportive of this, and she's supportive of you.
First time I ever had anybody that gave a f*** about me. It was hard to deal with.
Well, I told you yesterday, I'm pretty impressed with her sticking by your side right now. She's going through a lot.
I know it's all my fault. I wish you guys could just kill me.
Said only do things that are legal today. That's not legal today.
I hope you don't mean that, because
I've been wanting to die for the last few years. Nobody understands what my depression does.
Derek, we're just waiting for Ani to come back into the room, and then we'll start back up.
No problem. Yes. Phone closer to him, sweet. Are you there?
I am. I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Hey, can you move the phone a little closer?
Yes.
Thank you.
How long have you been serious about your weightlifting?
I haven't lifted weights since I left federal prison.
The reason I ask is I was a monster competitive powerlifter back when I was in college.
That's what I was doing.
Back in about 82 through 86 or so.
I only had a 600-pound squat.
Were you competing it when you were doing it, or just doing it for your personal enjoyment?
I only had one week. The first one I ever did.
You're kind of built like me with short arms, so the deadlift probably wasn't your best event.
6'10".
Yeah, that's tough. Short arm guys, we're at a disadvantage mechanically coming out of the hole.
There's nothing I can do anymore anyways. They don't have weights in federal prison.
Kurt, you know where Ani went?
You want Joe and Lincoln back here?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Have you guys heard that? They don't have weights.
No, I haven't heard that.
I've never heard that.
I thought they took him out of the state prisons.
And so they took him out of Sheridan. When did you say they did that? While you were in, right?
Yeah, I only had a bunch of illegal aliens there that decided they wanted to have a bunch of
We're gonna go back on with our recording here. The time's 10:58. Do you think you would recognize the spot using Google Earth to where you took Casey at?
I've done it before.
I've got Google Earth right here.
I'd have to take you right to it, but I can get you.
Sure, just get as close. Do you want to start at Watford City, or where do you want to start at?
I'd have to start at Watford.
Okay. I'm almost there. I'm going to turn this around for a second. There it is. Is it okay if I walk over here and stand next to you, Tim? I don't want to surprise you. I'll turn this computer around.
I can use it. It's a finger pad, right?
It is a finger pad. Let me move it over to you. I'm going to slip behind you.
Yeah,
there for a
sorry
second.
about that stuff.
See if I can get this cord to reach that far. Here's Watford City. You can zoom in if you want. The controls are all up over here.
Yeah, I'm trying
East, west.
to. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Okay, so it's south. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm going west.
I think this is probably where
Yeah.
you're talking about.
There's the bridge. And then the bridge. And then the bridge. Okay, so this is the road, the side road right there.
Okay.
Yeah. And this way too. It's gonna snow on it. Oops.
I don't know if that's snow or if that's just the reflected light off of that gray dirt.
It's a different photograph than the last one I looked at. So,
Will you try the timeline and see if you can recognize them?
it's one of these reviews right here.
One of these or one of these from here?
I don't think it's the first ones. I think it's the second ones.
Here or here?
You're fine, don't worry about it.
Zoom in for a second here.
Remember to look on. One at a time.
Yeah, you can see, because this is a, that's right, it's a fenced road. There's the cattle, okay. I'd have to go to the site, but I want to say that it's this one right here.
Okay.
I'd have to be there
I understand.
to recognize.
I'm just going to take a quick photo of it here and so I can ship it to those guys. We are going to take you there.
No, I'm sure you're not going to find it on your own. I just can't remember which.
I think you're doing a great job, Tim. So you go out and you burn the bag and the clothing at a spot.
James and George sat in the truck, and we went back to the cabins. I remember taking a shower and coming out and looking at myself in the mirror and seeing a different person. All berries there.
Did you bury the stuff after you burned it, or what? Was it just in a burn pit, or?
Right there in the pile, and James told me later that he went out there and picked up what was left.
Was this close to Watford, or in Watford, or?
I couldn't even tell you where it was at, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It was a place George knew. And I just remember there was a lot of blowouts out there where it was at. And we weren't seeing.
Did you take anything from Casey or from his truck?
I found a pistol right there.
Where was it at?
Just behind the seat.
What kind of pistol was it?
I'm going to say it was a 45. I can't remember if it was a Taurus or what it was. But that was later.
Okay.
We went back into Watford after we burned stuff. And I can't remember who made the suggestion, but we moved the truck. And James said that we should move it to Lewiston. Long drive. I made sure, I didn't have any gloves, so I made sure not to touch a whole lot of things. And we dropped it off 4th and something or other.
Were you driving Casey's truck again?
Yeah.
Who was following you, or who led you up there?
I knew how to get to Williston, so they followed me.
Who's they?
George and James.
What time of night was this evening?
I'd have to say midnight, somewhere in there. Because I remember getting back to the cabin, and it was 1:30, 2 o'clock. And by the time I laid down, I seen Joe try to call, so I tried to call her back, and she was angry. She said, well, how come you didn't answer your phone? And I was just like, no, I was working. What were you doing this late at night, man? I said, I was working. And she didn't get it.
Was George active in planning this? Moving the vehicle?
He was just a driver for James to cart his ass around.
Oh.
We dropped the truck off. I got to Williston before they did. And I had some kind of lubricant on me that I had got from them before we left. And I reached behind the seat and I grabbed I think it was a pair of underwear or something. Wiped everything down. And walked away from the truck. Left the keys in the ignition, hoping some kid would steal it. I think they sat there for like 2 minutes.
You, what phone were you using? You said John called you. If I said your number, would you remember?
No, wait a minute. There's a lot of throwaway phones in this case, and I'm trying to remember which one I was, if I was using them. It was probably my regular number because I didn't plan on anything like that when I was going over there. I didn't think I had to worry about anything. So it was probably my 3038 number, I think.
It was. I know what number it was. I just.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't plan on going over there to do anything clandestine. Certainly not to kill anybody.
All right, so you drop the truck off and you're walking away.
I took Casey's wallet that was there in the console and his smartphone. And I was calling James because I lost him and I didn't know where the hell I was at. So they were trying to find me. And I walked over to an alleyway and I didn't really know smartphones. I couldn't take the battery out of it, so I smashed it. And finally they found me, and wait a minute. Just hold on a second. Yeah, okay. That's how it worked out. Okay, yeah. So they found me, and we went back towards Watford, but I was throwing Casey's crap out the window. And we were going down, and I couldn't even tell you where I threw it out at. It was dark, it was late. And then breaking his phone into pieces and throwing it out the window.
What about his wallet?
You know, it seems like I'm thinking because I've been having problems with my memory.
It's okay. It's a small detail. That was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
Well, yeah, and I don't want to get anything wrong. I wouldn't be stupid enough to throw credit cards out the window, I don't think. That's what I can't remember. I remember the phone. Oh. I can't remember. I can't remember what I did with that thing. I don't know if maybe I might have picked it up when we dropped the truck off, and I think I might have took it with me to burn it with that stuff, I think. Because I don't think I'd be dumb enough to be throwing this stuff out the window. That's why I had to stop for a minute and think. But I can't remember if I did that or not.
Can we talk about George for a second here?
Sure.
Can you describe him to me?
No. Honestly,
white guy, Indian guy, black guy, Hispanic guy.
He's not black. He's not. I want to say white. Black hair.
How old do you think? 60 or 30?
Oh, probably 30. More like it. That's good. Ballpark.
So 30-ish?
Yeah.
Pretty fair?
Yeah.
Would you recognize him again if you saw him?
Maybe. Honestly, maybe. Because it wasn't one of those things that I was paying attention to, really.
I understand.
And one thing I've recently realized about my bipolar is I thought maybe it was because I was smoking a lot of pot, which I wasn't, but my memory slipped a lot in the last 6 years since I was getting medicated until I got off federal probation, and then I didn't take my medication because I was feeling good. And that was a big mistake. And I think my memory's slipped a lot since that, and I think that has something to do with it. I'm not trying to make an excuse, I thought maybe it was because I was smoking pot a lot.
So you're driving back from Williston toward Blackbird, and you're breaking his phone up and throwing it out the window.
Yeah. And got back, and that's when I took my shower and called Joanne back because I knew she was trying to call. Because I think I left my phone. I left it there when I went to Williston, I'm pretty sure. And I think the next, was it that day? I think it was it was that day, because this was early in the morning that I had to catch my train out at 11 o'clock, I think, was my train leaving. And I emphasized to James that I needed, you gotta pay me. And he said, I can't get you the whole thing, but I can probably get you half. And I said, that's fine. So, the next morning, I took a quick sleep. I fell asleep around 3 a.m. or something. Got up the next day. He come in early. He said he had to go to the shop. It was real slippery, I remember that. There was cars skidding everywhere. And he had to take Sarah with him. I didn't want to go. I said, I'll hang out. I came back later. I made sure I got to catch my train out because I had to be to work on Monday. This was Sunday morning, I think. And he came back with, I don't think Sarah knew anything, so you don't have to ask me that question.
Did you meet her? Like, you met her in person while you were there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This is I don't know if it matters, but I met her that day before or something.
Okay.
He come back, picked me up, just started heading for Watford, and he goes, "Ah, shit, I forgot. So I forgot your money." So we gotta go back to the shop, and that's a 20-minute drive. Not to mention from Watford, it's, I don't know, 40 minutes to Williston or whatever. And so we turned around and we went back, and like I said, it was slippery. And he called somebody at the shop, I don't know who, and says, "Hey, can you pick up that package?" It was a manila envelope, small one. I want to say he said it was in the safe or something like that. I can't remember. And drive out towards my place, and I'll meet you halfway. And the driver, I don't even, I was told large cash transactions out there in the oil fields is no big deal, so I don't think the driver really knew what was going on. I don't even know who it was. Couldn't even recognize anything about him. We met halfway, and he gave it to him. Turned around, got back on the road, and then he handed me the package. And it was $10,000 in hundreds. Never had this in my hand before. And made it to the train station one time, and got on my train and came back to Spokane. The wife picked me up. It was midnight or something, midnight, 1 o'clock. Happy to see me, and we get back to the house. I showed it to her. Of course, 10,000 questions. And I told her, I like the wise guy attitude. Don't ask me questions. But. I said, don't ask me anything about why I was over there. She never did. I had to give her credit for that. I told her someday I'll probably tell you, but not now.
You get your other $10,000.
Yeah, but I want to say it was 2 weeks later. So I was calling James at that time, and Muggsy was on probation in Spokane, and he was trying to get his probation switched out. And when they came back here, in Spokane. I came back to Spokane, I called him, and he's like a little kid sometimes. He's rubbing his hands together, like, you know, like he's got a bag of candy or something. And he lived over off of Eagle, I think, with his wife at the time. I wanted to meet up with him to have a beer. And when I met up with him, I met him at one of the places for a beer, and I didn't divulge anything about what happened. That was just between me and James, really, is how I look at it. People with loose lips get caught. And it was something I didn't want to get caught for. And Muggsy was telling me about how he was trying to get his probation switched over there because he was going to go over there and work for James. And he told me how he met him. He met him in some jail somewhere, and they talked shit out. And he said when he gets out, give me a call. And I guess he did. So I met. And so 2 weeks later, I guess, James told me he had the rest of it. And I said, well, I don't work on Fridays, usually. So 3-hour days. I work Monday through Thursdays. And it's 11 hours over there if you're doing 90 miles an hour, which is what I drove. So I left on a Friday. Oh, my wife wanted to go with me because James kind of made it sound like, you should stay. I'll get you a job working for us, Blackwater. And I knew it was big oil, big money, and I just did somebody a huge favor, even though I didn't like it. I was thinking he was going to take care of me no matter what anyways. So I contemplated it and proposed, was talking to my wife about it, and she wanted to go with me because she'd never been anywhere past Billings or whatever it was. I didn't see no harm in it. I was just going to go over there and pick up the money and come back. And we drove over there. She slept all the way. Supposed to be alternate drivers. And we get there. And I brought a shovel because I was going to move Casey. I didn't trust George, didn't know George.
Can I show you a picture?
Mm-hmm.
You recognize that person?
See, that's the thing, I can't. He looks familiar, but I can't say it's George. I mean, I can't burn somebody that I can't remember. I just remember that his name was George. I know what you're trying to do. I couldn't put that face to a name.
You know what did George drive?
He had see, that's the thing. I remember when we were driving that Hendrickson told me that the truck that George was driving that we were in, George got from Hendrickson, which was his old truck. He made it sound like his old truck. So whoever owned it after Hendrickson, named George, is probably the guy you're looking for.
What was that again?
It was a black Dodge Ram, either a 15 or a 2500.
Okay.
I don't think it was a 35. And it had a big old cannon on the tailpipe that was just noisy. So I can understand that one. And he worked for Blackwater.
Yeah.
And Henderson made it sound like he did he drove them around and he did them favors before or something like that. So they were known.
Right.
They were friends.
When you went back to Spokane on the train from Williston after Casey, what happened to Casey's gun?
See, I didn't take it with me yet. I couldn't get to that part of the story.
Where'd the gun go? You know, like after that, after you took it out of the truck.
I didn't take it out of the truck. You asked me if I took it out of the truck. I said yes. I didn't say what part of the story.
I'm just trying to fill this in. I'm not tricking you.
No, I know that. I understand.
I know the gun ended up here at some point, but I don't know how.
Yeah.
We will get there.
I was getting to that.
I have one question, if we can back up just a little bit, on your ride from to the train station with James. Was Sarah with you on that ride?
Yes.
She was?
Yep.
Okay.
So you're back in Spokane, you meet up with Muggsy.
We have a little talk.
Did he give you the other 10 grand at that point?
Who?
Muggsy.
He didn't even leave Spokane. He was trying to leave Spokane.
Okay.
He was trying to get his probation switched over there to work for Hendrickson.
Okay.
So about 2 weeks go by. The wife wanted to go with me back to get the 10 grand. And she didn't know I was going back. I just said I had to go back. And I had a shovel with me. And I remember we got back and I introduced my wife to James. And we went out behind my truck. And I opened the hatch and I showed him the shovel and I said, I'm gonna move KC. He goes, oh no, don't do that. It's all good. Don't sweat it. And I looked at him and I said, I don't know about George. He goes, oh, George is all right. Don't sweat it. And I kind of looked at him with a wrong eye and I just said, okay. And bought it. And James put me off, says, well, I don't have any money right now. Give me till tomorrow, which this was Friday night, I believe. Yeah, late Friday night. Got in there Friday night, early. It must have been Saturday morning when I showed him the shovel, and he was putting me off. And I'm going, okay. He says, I'll have it later today.
Where'd you stay when you went there this time?
At the same cabin.
Okay.
Because he had the first cabin, and I think I was third one. And I think he had 4 of them, or 3 of them that he was renting.
Okay.
So I said, all right, well, my wife and I are gonna probably just sightsee and look about housing, because I said I might consider your offer of staying, but it's up to her, So we farted around with her, and then we went up to Williston, and when we went to Williston, it was later in the day, and had pizza Hut, with the lawnmower and crap like that. Got a newspaper and was looking at housing, which was just incredibly expensive. Holy crap. It was like $1,100 for a 1-bedroom apartment. I was like, are you serious? So, it's so bleak out there that the market like that is. I don't know who over here. I was kind of in agreement. It was just, there's money to be made, but it was just dead, and I just wanted to put distance between me and Casey. I just didn't want my face being around. All of a sudden, Casey's disappeared in here. I didn't like that idea. So, on the way out of Was it that night? Yeah. On the way out, it was dark. And I pulled the block away. And I told the wife, I said, I'll be right back. And I had some cotton gloves on me. And I had a Canon WD-40. And I sprayed the WD on my gloves, rubbed my hands together. And we walked up to the truck, and when we was looking, it was opened the door and got in, wiped everything that I figured I'd touch, just to make sure. And we decided to look in the back seat, and we had all his clothes, and I think there was a laptop sitting there. I looked behind the seat, and I saw the case. I pulled it out, and it was the gun. Could I just take it? So I took it, stuffed it in my pants, case and all, put the coat over it, went back to my rig, removed my gloves and went up and opened the door. Wife wasn't paying attention. I pulled the case out, stuffed it behind the seat, threw the gloves in there, took off, went back to Watford. Got a hold of James. This was Saturday night. Oh no, don't have the money yet. And I was getting mad. I was telling him, dude, come on, man, I gotta go back. I gotta be to work on Monday. It's 14 hours drive back. So, I want to say it was that night, actually. That makes sense, because he called me, but I can't remember what time. It wasn't really late. He said, I'm at the shop, I got your money. Alright, cool. And we drove to the shop, I parked out front, he came out. I called him and said I was out front. I didn't want to go in, I didn't want to meet anybody, I didn't want anybody to see me. It was dark, so it didn't matter. And there was people out and about. I mean, it's a 24-hour job. Truckers sitting in their trucks. He come out, and I stepped out of the rig. I went back to the wife, and then wanted to see him handing me anything. I didn't want to play it like that. Shook his hand, he gave me a little box. It had $10,000 rolled up with a rubber band in it. And again, he tried to get me to stay, and he's like, like money, like a hair. I said, alright. I can't remember if he said something like stay in touch or not. I can't remember that. So, the wife and I left that night. Got back, Sunday at lunch or whatever time it was.
Drove straight through.
Yeah. Same my guy that night and I didn't remember. Got back. It wasn't, I remember it wasn't long after that Muggsy had made it over there. You know, it was a week or two or something. It was a short period of time because I And it's not like we were buddies hanging out, you know. And it wasn't. I just, after making that mistake, I didn't want to be buddy with anyone tied to it. And that was, if I remember correctly, that's the last time I talked to Henderson. Or even texted him. I just didn't want anything to really do with anything over there. And by then, Mumsy was over there, so if any messages needed to be freaking transferred, Mumsy could tell me that Mumsy told me it must have been a couple months, a month or two after that. And I can't remember if it was a text or a phone call, but I got invited to come back over there to take care of the Kelly thing. To beat him up with. I didn't go over there armed, so I wasn't on there to kill him. It was probably just to beat him up, but I remember Mosey saying something to the effect that he won't, Hendrickson wanted to muddy his name up. And I drove over there again on Friday, I believe, and got there, and Muggsy and I were sharing half of the bunkhouse, and this other guy had the other half. He introduced me, but I couldn't remember his name. All I remember is when he said it was LA Square, which means we could talk business around this guy. I think he was the guy that, I don't know if his title was operations manager or not, but I guess it doesn't matter. And Muggsy at the time was telling me that Hendrickson was trying to give him work around the shop because he didn't have a CDL, so he couldn't drive a truck, and he was trying to make a job for him so he could be there, be his right-hand man, I guess, whatever you call it. And he told me that, let's see, I'm trying to remember. I got there, I think, the sun was still a little after dark, I want to say, so it was probably Friday evening. Once he came back, he was at the shop, I think, with Hendrickson. They both came in. He kicked it for a second. And Hendrickson I think it was mostly James said that he wanted some graffiti done on his business that Kelly did business with. Muddy his name up, and then they started telling me that Kelly has a guy that works for him that, he's a drunk Indian most of the time. Kelly has a guy that works for him that he raped his wife. The guy was a child molester or something like that. I think they basically said that to get me fired up. And thinking this guy's a piece of shit anyways. Whether he was or wasn't, I don't know. And that they still wanted me to to do them in. And I told him, I said, I don't have nothing with me. You give me a name, you don't give me an address, you don't give me nothing to go on. I'm supposed to do a job for you if I don't even know where his company is. And that's when James says, oh, his company is, he said the name, I can't remember. It has the word North in it. It's in Newtown. But he says, I want you to do this graffiti job and write, Kelly raped my wife, was a child molester, and all this other crap. I can't remember everything that was put down. So the next day, Mosey took off with James in the morning, early, and then came back like a couple hours later. James dropped him off, and I said, what's up? He says, oh, there's no work at the shop that I can do. So I'm just kind of stuck. There's no TV at the cabin, there's nothing to do. And I said, let's go to Newtown. And the beds we had didn't have any sheets, there was no food, there was no silverware, stupid little shit. I had some money on me. I said, well, let's go to Newtown and go to Walmart. So he said, we need to buy paint anyways. So I buy a couple cans of spray paint. Went up there, fiddle farted around, bought some stuff, bought the paint, went back, and James came by later that day, asked us if we bought the paint. I said, yeah. He said, good. Muggsy didn't know where that place was at either. So I remember we had to pile on my rig and drive to this business. To this day, I still try to figure out where it is. I think it's a right past Newtown, I think. Somewhere Dakota Street. I just remember it was a white building. It almost looked like a double wide trailer, an overgrown double wide trailer kind of thing, with this T section of the road. And he took us out there, showed us the building, turned around, drove back. It was probably a 2-hour round trip. And he was telling us, yeah, once you write this down, and spray painter on the side of the building, blah, blah, blah. And I said, all right. I think at the time I had some walkie-talkies with me. I can't remember if I brought him for the job or I just remember I had him in mind. So we got back to the cabins and waited till later. James had taken off. We waited till later. And then Mosey and I took off. I don't know, 9 o'clock, whatever it was. And drove back to the place. And it's deserted. There's nothing out there. Nobody was at the place. So I let Muggsy drive my rig. I said, just go park somewhere. And I'll call you on the radio when I'm done, because I got paid to do it. I thought, easy $500 or whatever he's going to pay me to do this, So I just went up there, and I'm not a gangbanger. I don't know how to spray all that shit. I just loaded on there. But from the road, you can't even see it. Because the next day, Lindsay and I went back. We're all proud of ourselves. And he told James. James comes by the next day and he goes, I didn't see nothing on that building. Blah, blah, blah. You sure you did? Yeah, I did it. So that was a failure, sort of. So, this is Saturday, so I told him, I said, I told him and Lindsay, he says, they wanted me to stay, and I said, I can't stay. I got a job, I got a wife back in Spokane. I said, I'm not staying here. I said, we still want you to do the Kelly job. I said, well, all I got is a name. You give me nothing else to go on. I said, and I was kind of blowing them off too, basically. I said, you give me all this information, I'll come back. I really didn't want anything to do with it. It was, I'm just not a killer. So the next morning I left and came back to Spokane.
It's almost a natural point to take kind of a lunch break. Does that work for everybody?
That's good.
Can I just ask a couple
Yes, go ahead.
You know, just going back, when you were hitting Casey, where was James at that point? Was he in the room? Did he say anything?
You know, I was doing it.
Yes.
He just stepped back and watched.
So he took Casey over there to look at the motorcycle.
He was making a ploy to get him to go to turn his back to me. So he said, well, over here, I was thinking of doing this. I guess he probably said something to the effect that he was going to make changes or something to the building or whatever. So he drew his attention away from me.
Did James know that you had a pipe in your hand at that point, or you found
He knew I was in there.
He knew? Why do you say that?
Because he was there when I took the handle off the jack and I said, this is work.
Okay. Going back, when you met James at the Arby's, was anybody else there besides you and James? Sitting at that table?
There was a customer there that, I think, while we were talking, they got up and left. So.
Okay. And James told you directly that he wanted you to kill Casey?
No. Casey was the next morning, like it was a spur of the moment thing, which took me by surprise.
Okay.
Because I was there for Kelly.
Right.
You know? And, I was thinking, since he didn't have a plan, he didn't have anything going, that I was going to go back empty-handed and everything would be great. So the next morning when he came into the cabin and says, hey, I got a job for you. He's like, okay, what? And so, I'll tell you on the way. And that's when he started telling me about KC. He said, before we left the cabin, he mentioned, well, I can't remember his title. So I got so-and-so, named KC, that I want you to deal with, something like that. So by the time we got in the truck and on the way back, so we went into details about what we were doing.
Okay. Tell me, what did James say, why he wanted Casey dealt with?
Because he told me at the cabin that, I'm pretty sure it was at the cabin, that KC was threatening to leave the company and take a bunch of truckers with him, which would have left him stranded on workforce, I guess, or something. That was the excuse that he gave me.
Okay.
And I'm aware of what Miss Nagel told me about what David Lowe said. Dude's a f***ing bodybuilder. He's a big guy, too. Why would he be afraid of someone? That makes no sense at all. I don't even know why David Lowe would say something like that. But that's not what the truth is.
Okay. And just one more. When you got on that train, initially, when you first went up there to North Dakota, you said you paid your own fare.
Yeah.
And it was DeLeo that told you to come up there?
that Henderson wanted someone dealt with.
Yes, on the phone he told me that.
But then you spoke with Henderson directly.
I want to say I probably did call him before I left Spokane, but he was just, I think he just kind of hinted him. I can't remember that. That's what bugs me. But I wouldn't just hop on a train on Mugsy's go ahead and go to someplace. So I want to say I probably called him before I left. The gist of the conversation was probably vague because he didn't know me, I didn't know him, kind of thing. And he probably just said something like, "Yeah, I got some work up for you, up here." And I probably was dancing around saying, "Yeah," Mosey said something. I'm assuming. I'd have to go back to my cell and sit there and rattle my brain. I wouldn't just up and do it, go over there without talking to him first. I mean, phone records would probably jostle my memory a lot better. So.
I just have a couple real quick ones too. You mentioned that you hit him like 4 times with that pipe.
Yeah.
How did you know he was dead?
When I hit him the last time, the hit wasn't so solid.
Okay.
It was like the pipe. It's like I hit a watermelon. It just kind of gave way. And I assumed I crushed his skull.
Okay.
We're back on the air. The same people are all present. The time is 12:45. We just had lunch. Let my partner finish. Prior to lunch, we just finished up talking about an attempt to go back to Watford City for Kelly. And you had driven
Back home, I believe. You remember that spot? Maybe a month or two after Casey. They asked you to come out and do Kelly. They didn't have an address for him. They didn't have a picture. What happened after you got home?
Nothing, just doing a regular job, and my truck was giving me problems. Had a electrical issue, I couldn't figure out where it was at, and cut out. And ran in the back. I can't remember how much time went by. Muggsy was the one that was talking to me, texting me. And I planned another trip, and I remember it was had the truck loaded and everything, snacks and everything, and the next morning I was going to get up and drive straight through. And got up, had my breakfast and all this and that. Got in the truck, wouldn't start. I was like, thank God.
What was the trip for?
I was gonna go back to do something to Kelly. I mean, I didn't know if it was gonna be to beat him up or what, but I didn't have any weapons with me, so I didn't expect to kill him, I didn't really want to kill anybody else. But they said they had information where he was at and stuff like that.
Who was telling you this information? Were you speaking to James or were you speaking to
I
Robert?
didn't talk to James at all anymore after that.
Okay.
It was just mostly Muncie.
Okay.
In fact, it was all Muncie. So I remember going back inside, tried to figure out for 20 minutes what the problem was. It just wouldn't start. So I took it as a sign from God, and I texted Muggsy and I told him my truck won't start. Gotta figure out what's wrong with it. And the trip's delayed.
When about was this, Dan?
Maybe like April. Because I remember it was warm outside. The truck was parked in the front yard. And I went about my regular job. I still couldn't get it moving for a while. And Mumsy was bugging me and texting. I can't remember how long he was bugging me, probably maybe a week or two. And I basically blew him off. I didn't want to go back. Then I knew I just didn't want to go back. And I didn't text him, didn't talk to him or anybody back there till July of 2013. July or August, July or August, somewhere in there. And curiosity got the best of me. And I was struggling with bills and stuff. And I text Mumsy his number. Hey, what's up? And he texted back. And I'm sure we called. I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we called and talked to each other and told me that at one point a lot of things changed. I learned later. I remember he says, I'm coming to Spokane. I was wondering if we can hook up and talk. I said, sure. And I remembered last time I talked to him when we were doing the spray paint job, Muggsy was telling me then that James had a filmmaking machine. But he lost the dyes and he had to buy some new dyes. Because I don't mind company, and I don't even like company. But I'd rather do that than muscle people or whatever, hurt people. So that's why one of my curiosities was if they had got that together. Anyways, Mumsy came to Spokane. I remember I was working at a job downtown. And I texted him, I said, hey, let's meet at Riverfront Park at the Ferris wheel. It was probably late August, early September. Met him there. I walked over to the little war memorial that's not too far from there. Sat on the bench. And he started filling me in on what was going on. I guess James had gotten involved or got on the good side of a politician from BLM or Bureau of Indian Affairs or something, somewhere in that department. And then his daughter got her pregnant. And I guess Mom and Pa didn't like that. And Pa took over Blackwater and told him, "You gotta go," and dissolved the business. And that the pregnant daughter was in Liberty Lake, some place in Liberty Lake. I didn't learn until a few months later that Mugsy's ex-wife, who is Christine Moreland, who's in jail now for a murder, was coddling the pregnant politician's daughter, looking after her and stuff. So he asked me, or he told me about the filmmaking machine. He bought dyes. He's trying to hook up with somebody to get some good dope. They made one batch already. The dope wasn't good enough to make some oxys. He's going to try to talk to somebody in Chicago or something like that to get some better dope. And that's what I was more interested in. He said, but he goes, "Are you interested in a job that's local?" And I said, "Well, what's it entail?" He says, "Well, beat the guy up." I said, "How?" He said, "Name and address." "Oh, well, I'll get that to you." "Okay. So you're not going to text it to me?" And he told me that's when he'll set up an email account, a bogus email account that he can email it to me. And I said, "All right, I'll do the same. We'll do it on a Yahoo account, because that's the only thing I can do. I'm not technologically savvy." So he said, I said, "What?" He goes, "I'll text you with he says, "I'll text you with like big fat black girls or something stupid like that, .com or .yeah." He says, "I'll text you something like that, and then you'll know that's the email address." I said, "All right." So he did that, and he texted back, "Give me a couple of days." He goes back, well, we separated from that. I asked him how much it was going to be. He said, "I don't know, I'll have to ask the boss." We always referred to James as the boss. He said, "I don't know, probably a couple $1,000 maybe." I said I was interested. And we part ways. We were texting back and forth. He got the email set up, and I told him, "Give me a minute, because it's not the easiest thing for me to do." And I set one up. And he sent me the information. What was your email account? Kitty 17. password was.
Is that Yahoo?
Yeah, Yahoo.com. I suppose I could do that. And send me the information.
What kind of information did you get?
I got a picture of Mr. Carlisle and an address. And something like, you can't miss it, it's all windows or something like that. It wasn't it was just like a 1 sentence, 2 sentence thing. I can't even remember what it said.
Do you remember when it was you got this email?
It couldn't have been too long after that. I mean, I want to say it was late August or early September that I met him, so it was probably within, 3 weeks of that, I would say.
This was directly with Hendrickson, not Muggsy, that you were communicating through the email. Oh, even through the email it was.
And as far as I knew, I was under the assumption it was Muggsy I was talking to.
Let me ask you this. After you got the picture of the house and the address?
It wasn't the house.
Okay, just the address. How long after that did you drive by the house? First time?
Probably a week or two. It wasn't something I was jumping on.
So after he sent you all that stuff, did you talk back and forth with him? Or?
Yeah. I wanted to throw in there that it was during that time. I had one of those flat-faced phones where if you bumped it, it would dial and all that stupid crap. So that was the one that my wife and I got a different one. It's a flip-top, a G-Zoom, which is one I like. And she took mine, and I didn't like it. And right around that time, when I texted Muggsy on his 944 number, he texted back and said, I got a new number, this is it. And it was whatever, 701, whatever it was. And so I didn't even know if his old number was on my phone list or not. I might have kept it, I might not have. I had a lot of numbers on there and it just stayed on there.
Sure.
I had Hendrickson's number just for shits and giggles. I was too lazy to delete it. So we were texting back and forth, telling me, hey, what do you think, this and that. I guess Muggsy was referring to treating Carlisle as a pinata, meaning he just beat her up. And somewhere along the line, he changed it to killing him.
At what point do you think that was?
I'm trying to remember if this before or after Halloween. I can't say. Because I remember when he said that, and I can't remember the code that he used. It was a coded way he said it. I texted back and I said, oh, I remember. Hold on. When we were in the park talking, and he offered me this. Did I get this right? Okay, he offered me the deal first. Taking Carlisle out because I would be able to get a seat on the board out of 7 chairs, and I would get $250,000 a year paid in quarterly payments. I remember that now. But if not, I could do a pinata. I remember that. Because I remember walking away, going back to the job site, going, there's no way I'm going to kill this guy and then take his seat on the board. That's stupid. You know? Hello? And I think I did tell him that. I said, I'm not going to do that. Because that's dumb. Here comes a guy out of left field that shows up but doesn't know anything about drilling, and he's taking a seat on the board. So anyways, and I think that's when Mosey said, well, then you could beat him up. So he was a pinata for a while. Then I think James got mad at him for something, and then it changed to murder again. And I texted back and I said, I don't think that's a good idea. And Mosey texted back and says, yeah, I think you're right. He goes, I'll talk to the boss. So then he came back again as a pinata job. Well, after doing a couple drive-bys on the house, I was thinking, really? Oh, and he also told me that in Carlisle, in the park, he also told me that Carlisle had embezzled $250,000 from the company that he worked with James. And so that's what got me to thinking later, after the pinata thing came back into the picture and I saw his house, I was thinking, well, what if I just robbed this guy? So I texted him and I asked him about a treasure chest, getting a safe. And Mosey said, well, I'll ask the boss. He always referred to him as the boss. So it comes back and he says, he's not sure, but the guy's a leprechaun. And I took that to mean he's got precious metals. So I said, okay, let's just do a home invasion. I'll set it up for a home invasion. I get done with the guy, I'll just kick him in the ribs a couple of times, call it good, and I'm down the road. It doesn't matter. So as time went on, I dragged my feet again, thinking that it would just go away. But at the same time, I was still putting together equipment to go in to do a home invasion. I know it doesn't make sense to you guys at all. But I didn't have any personnel, I didn't have anybody to work with. Had the equipment, had a semi-working plan. That's where all the SWAT gear came from. Put it together to make it, people obey cops. They don't question, hey, who are you? They're going right to the floor. Get on the floor. Well, you going to the floor. That makes it easy. That's why I have the SWAT gear. Laz Casina, an old guy I worked with, he was doing nothing in Arizona or Utah, wherever it was. He had a job drilling that got laid off or fired or something. So I told him, I said, hey, why don't you come up here, I got a job for you. He didn't know what it was. Well, I got nowhere to come up there, so I bought him a plane ticket. Didn't even have the real money to buy it, too, so. He flew up there, and I was still texting Muzzy at this time. I can't remember when I flew up there. It was probably might have been before Halloween. And he stayed in my house for like 2 days. Till the wife and I had a big fight, and he just said, I'm out of here. So he went staying over at this, around really. He didn't have a place, he didn't have the money, he didn't have a job, just. We were staying up at this guy's house named Matt, off of Alberta and Francis. I'm sure you know who he is. I've been there a few times. Deals meth a lot. So he came back, and he was telling me that I had to get it done quickly because time was running short. Didn't tell me why. And I was kind of humming and hawing on it, and I wanted to do it, but I didn't want to do it.
Did you talk about how much money to do this job?
See, that was the thing. I went back to the pinata thing, which I knew was only a couple $1,000, and I didn't feel that it was worth a couple $1,000 to beat somebody up, even if it was a local gang. I didn't want to stick my neck out there. And that's why I thought of a home invasion. Well, if the guy's got money, as a matter of fact, I think Muggsy texted back on their phone. He said, the boss says if it's over 200,000, he wants the rest. I don't know if he knew there was anything in their house at all now that I think about it. But, I hope that's all right. I hope you guys get that text to back it up. So then, when Muggsy kept pestering me, man, he just put on that damn phone, man, just hammered me. I asked him just out of curiosity if the original agreement was still good. And he said yes, and that was to kill him if it came to that.
And did they say how much?
I already knew that it was the same as Casey.
Okay.
Yeah. I think somewhere in that texting war that we had going on, that I made it clear that it was the same as before or something like that.
Okay.
In reference to, so I knew. And so it came down. There was a lot of texting going on. I remember that was after, right? Okay, that was after. So sometime in November, like close to the end of November, Laz was calling me and telling me that Muggsy was in town, And I go, how do you know that? He goes, well, because Christine was just over here at Matt's telling me that this is how I found out that she was tied with the politician's daughter out at Liberty Lake, and where she was staying. That Muggsy came into town with some of those pills and gave them to her, and they all fell apart because the additive to bind it together, I guess, was cheap or something. Something wrong with it. I go, really? So I texted Muggsy and I said, hey, you ought to be careful who you're talking to, because I'm hearing this shit third party. And I already knew he was being boastful. You know, hey, I'm a big guy. Look at me, I got a handful of pills. I know a politician, blah, blah, blah. I knew that's what it was. So I basically told him, you need to shut the up, man. You know? This is business. This is play for keeps. So he goes, oh, yeah, okay, I won't be talking to that person no more, meaning his ex-wife. And, so December comes, I'm way behind in rent, like $3,000. The wife didn't even know, because I took care of all the bills. And I put together the SWAT team uniforms and the boots and the whole, you got it all, you know what's there. And got the Benelli M1, the potato that was in my console of my truck taped to the end of it. I mean, that's about as violent as I was planning on getting, was tasering the guy at the most. You know. And I had the AR-15. We had ammunition on us, so we didn't even load the weapons. How stupid is that? I get to the house and I start taking a double-aught shot and sticking it into the nail and it won't fit. Different size shells. I'm like, oh, this ain't gonna do me any good. Not that I was gonna use it anyways, but you never know who's gonna show up for the party. So, Robbie comes into the picture. Robbie Warner comes into the picture, and he got arrested for 3 deliveries. And I took my paycheck and bailed his ass out of jail.
That was after this, though, right?
Yeah, it is after that. So Robbie comes in the picture, and Robbie's a good kid. I like him. It's, when he gets on his belt, he's just a whole other person, man. And that's too bad. And he knows. You want to talk to somebody that knows what's going on in this town? That boy knows. He'll play it off like he don't, but he knows. And I don't know if he talked to me or not. That's beside the point. His deal was, he'd be robbing drug dealers. You know, he didn't need guns. He'd just walk in and take their shit. Say, what are you going to do about it? You know. Well, you can't rob so many drug dealers before all the drug dealers are gone. Mostly. You know, the only players you got are Joe Hoffman and Rodney Fisher, who really need to be taken off the street because I hate meth. It's the worst drug dealers out there. I've been using it since 91, for the record. So, Robbie comes over and visits, and I've been bugging him for a long time about, hey, you know, let's get together and do a job. Let's do something. And he comes over and he finally says, hey, we gotta talk. He says, what do you got going? I said, oh, well, it just so happens I do have something going. And I gave him a brief outline of what was going on. Showed him on Google Earth. By then, Laz knew what we wanted to do. I think we piled in my rig one time and did a drive-by, gave him my thoughts.
The three of you? All three of you?
Yeah. I'm sorry if it seems kind of muddled. It's just, there was so much going on at that time, I can't get it clear enough until it pops in my head. So Laz, I was going to have Laz go in and Robbie drive because he can live police well. I asked him originally if he could get a van or something, but at the last minute he couldn't. So the IRS van was a last minute thing.
What'd you do to the lettering on the van?
I went to Hobby Lobby and I bought white masking tape and just taped over it.
How about the plates?
I got that from just a color that had them. Bought some black construction paper for the windows.
Who put the temper in the back window?
I did. We, the night it was going to happen, I can't remember the park. It was a park on, I can't remember the street now. The park not too far. Off the 29th. I told Robbie I said when we come into the park. To jump out and tape everything up and pull the plates off of Laz and I get dressed in the back. And we did all that. We got dressed and then we came into the back ramp. Trying to remember the name of that street there. Come up Garfield from the back way. Pulled into that triangle section in front of the school. Told Robbie to pull in, stop long enough for me and Laz to jump out. And we had trench coats on over our gear.
Color of trench coats.
Jumped out. Walked into the back area there, through the meter yard. Dropped the trench coats by the back gate. Put our helmets on, all clouds. Went through the neighbor's yard. Got to the front fence area. It was it's like chicken wire or something. Went over the fence. And there was lighting right there. I just unplugged it. And it went dark right there. And we waited there. I don't know how long. I told Robbie to wait across the street and listen on the scanner that we had. The three of us had radios and mics.
Where were you waiting in the backyard?
The northeast corner of the building. Where all the glass was, and the back patio, whatever that is.
Were you sitting on the ground or were you?
Just crouched.
Okay.
And that's what I can do up there. The shells I heard didn't fit the shotgun. Because I was going to have Raz leave. And it would be right on his shoulder, just like Spot was. Nobody was home. We were thinking somebody was going to be home, but nobody was home. So I went around the building to the back door. I saw that it had a control sticker on it, on the window. And I went back to Laz. And I was afraid that on the alarm system there was that people carry a remote for on to do something with a panic button. So I started fumbling around with long guns in case they push the panic button. I just gave Laz my shotgun and told him to go back to the van. And called Robbie to tell him to pick him up at the extraction point, which was down below the power line. And whatever that street is. And sat there and I waited. And I went to look for my pistol. My pistol was gone. I had a little light in the bottom of the walkie-talkie and poking around with a little light trying to find this frickin' pistol out in the middle of the neighbor's backyard. Went back to the spot, was waiting. And I saw Robbie drive by a couple times and thinking, man, don't be driving by. And they're trying to talk to me on the radio and I can't quite hear them. I thought they said something like they heard something on the scanner or something. And on my vest I had industrial zip ties going through the loops down my back for restraints. And I had the badge on me with the police on it, on the vest. I didn't have the helmet on, I gave that up too. So, wasn't long. Matter of fact, I told myself in 2 minutes, I'm freaking out of here. Not more than 30 seconds later, I see the headlights hitting the back fence as they pull in. And, it wasn't my intent just to scare him, get him to the ground. She got out, and that was first, and walked to the back door. I thought he was there too. I come flying around the corner behind her. I didn't see how many people got out of the truck. I heard a noise. I realized that she wasn't alone. I ran back around the building. She didn't even see her. She didn't even know I was there. Mr. Caldwell was closing the gate. So was the noise I heard. When he walked up to the back door, which she had left open, I saw her go in, walk through the kitchen, and then go through a hallway and to the right before he even came in sight. Right when I thought he was getting to the door, he come out of my spot. And he come up behind me. And he tried to close the door with a backhand on it, just like we all do. I kicked the door. And it startled him and turned around. And I had the pistol pointed at him. And I told him to back up. Get in the house. He was reluctant. And my left hand, I just pushed him in the chest, back a little bit. He took a couple steps back. And as he broke the threshold of the kitchen, he had his arms up and he turned his head. And I didn't know what her name was at the time, but he said, "Alberta, get your gun." I didn't even know where she was. But he didn't say it real loud. I don't know if she heard what was going on or not. He kept backing up into the kitchen. And I was supposed to bring up the issue that your son, Shad, owes money for his drug dealing.
Who told you to say that?
It hadn't been Muggsy because we never talked to James. I think that was in the text. That was something I forgot to say. And the reason I went there that night is Muggsy had texted me a day before or something saying that Carlisle had a meeting Monday morning he wasn't supposed to be at. I was really scared. I kept telling him to get down. He wouldn't get down. I told him I wanted his money. I said, "Where's the money?" He wouldn't listen. Our encounter wasn't 30 seconds maybe. And when I saw Mrs. Carlisle, come into sight from the hallway, she looked at me real quickly. Not even 3 or 4 seconds. I noticed she had something in her right hand. I couldn't tell what it was. It was a black object. She backed away. Mr. Carlisle moved his hand and I panicked. I fired. And it seemed like the fourth shot, and he didn't move. It's like I don't know why. I don't know why I had a motive. I don't know why. I remember when he started to fall. I could hear the casings and everything bouncing out to the floor. I turned to leave before he even hit the floor. So I don't remember him. I don't remember when he hit the floor. I remember seeing him fall. It was like I played Call of Duty a lot, and on that game you have a pistol, and all you guys know that if you have a target that's far away, you have to shoot at it, and it's kind of like the game in a way. I think that's why I unloaded, because I never had no practice. You know, I ran fast. I was out of shape. I ran and picked up the trench coat. I didn't put a new clip in it. I just covered the pistol with the trench coat and ran to the van.
Can we take a second stop so John can come in and change the tape on?
Sure. Come on in, John.
Anybody need a bathroom break? We're recording again. Can we get off record for a minute and a half at the most? So you went back to the van. What happened?
Put it back to the van, and I got in the van and I told Bobby to drive. And he took off and I remember sitting there. I remember saying that I can't believe I shot him. And that he just laid down and would be alright.
Where'd you guys go?
I went on a little ways away. He asked me where. I said just drive, because I was getting undressed, getting back into my other clothes. And then when I got my other clothes on, I told him to stop. We were somewhere on the south hill. When we stopped, I told him rip the tape off. You guys rip the tape off and I'll pull the plates and put the plates on. And, I drove the van back to my place and dropped Robbie off.
Where'd you drop Robbie off at?
His car was at my house and he got in and left. And as I went back to the shop and they opened the gate and drove the van in where it was parked. And pulled my truck up to the back and unloaded everything.
When you say your truck?
Right.
Okay.
And I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to.
Where'd you guys go?
I took Laz to my house. I'm trying to remember. Took him. I remember I'm trying to remember. I know I took him to my place and dropped him off. And we unloaded the equipment into the garage. And I took a camouflage backpack that we had that had the radios and the mics, and I just took the backpack that had the mics to the storage unit to drop it off. And I went to Washington and North Dakota. And we went over onto the rocks by the river, across from the Kaiser pump house. Took the gun apart and threw the pieces into the river.
All the pieces at that point. If I show you a picture, you think you can pick out about what it was?
Right straight across. Not very far out. I'm trying to remember where Lazar was. I can't remember where he was at. Because I had to work the next day. And I'm trying to remember.
Tim, while Mark's looking that up, I want to ask you a question. You keep saying, I didn't mean to kill him. And I'm reading that as, I didn't want to kill him. But the order was given at that point, right? I mean, just to make it clear in my connection with Mr. Henriksen.
I know.
I mean, the order was given, the money was talked about, same as last time. And I understand that Henderson was communicating from DeMayo, that was your understanding.
Yeah.
But the order was given. Is that clear? I mean, am I clear on that? I mean, I'm just trying to read it. Yeah, go ahead.
The thing was that when it was turned into a home invasion, that it was just going to be a pinata, because there would have been valuables inside that would have just, there was no need to get $20,000 for killing the guy when he had stuff in the house. That's how I was looking at it. That's how I was trying to get out of it. That's why I went with the home invasion. And you're right, I didn't want to kill him. But I didn't mean to kill him either. When I was standing there, I just wanted to wound him so he wouldn't go to that meeting tomorrow. That was the only thing I wanted to do.
What were Laz and Robbie going to get out of this?
It was all going to be a third. Everybody was going to get a third.
So, when you say Marabou Park, what do you mean by Marabou Park?
Where the rocks are, right across from the Kaiser pump house.
I don't know what the Kaiser pump house is. Is that right there by the old Kaiser plant?
Yeah. There's a building right on the water. It's the pump house. And then you're trying to find the camp.
Is that what you're talking about? Go ahead and expand that out for me if you want. I'll move this over so you can.
That's the pump house right there.
Right across from there.
And you just threw the gun parts out there in that part of the river? Okay. What kind of gun was it?
It was a 45.
You remember the make and the model?
Nothing else. I don't know anything else.
different days that you've been up there watching the Carlisle house? How many different times did you go up and sit and watch that house with maybe with the thought of mind of trying to do this?
I think I walked by once. I rode a bicycle by. I went into the backyard once.
I can see from the phone records on December 6th, there was a several-hour attempt to do something up there with a couple people.
So hours.
Yeah. And then you got a hold of Robert and let him know that the pinata wasn't home. About 11 o'clock at night, so I let him know that. Or not, sorry, 9 o'clock at night. You finally let him know that. 11 o'clock their time. Looks like you were up there with some people.
Robbie Mass.
Maybe JJ.
JJ's in prison.
Justin Doyle.
Who?
Justin Doyle, I'm sorry.
Oh, Doyle, yeah. He's a good guy, too. Yeah. I tried to talk him into it, he didn't want it.
Looks like he was up there on the 6th with you guys. Trying to do
Just
this.
me and him.
Just you and him? How many hours were you watching the house that night?
I couldn't tell you, honestly. We did walk-bys. The street light that was out in back, I was trying to find a way to get rid of the street light.
If you'd have been home, would you have done something then?
No, I wasn't ready. I didn't want anybody to. I wanted to pull the van right up to that area where the street light was to jump out real quick, but I had a feeling those cameras were pointing up the street on the school, and I didn't want the van on the cameras. At that time, I didn't know I needed to know I was trying.
So,
I was trying to take the street light out.
the layout thought you were trying to do something that night.
Mm-hmm.
From the text messages back and forth, it looks like you're at least leading him to believe that something's attempting to happen that night.
Really? Not that night. He's trying to shoot out the street lights, what he's trying to do.
There's specifically one text from you to him that says, "Tell the boss that pinata ain't home." Something like that.
He wasn't home. No, he wasn't home. That's all that
What was Doyle supposed to get for helping him?
He would have got half. But I can't throw him under the bus because he never did anything. I know what you're doing.
I've heard or information that an individual went back to Watford City with you on one occasion to help with the Kelly thing.
And that's a lie.
I'm just saying I heard it. I don't know. I'm not vouching for the truth of it or not. I'm offering you an opportunity to either say it happened or it didn't happen. I'm not saying for sure it did or not.
I didn't bring anybody with me. The only person who went to Watford City was my mother.
What does Greg know about all this?
Carter?
Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing. He doesn't know anything.
What were your discussions with Justin about this?
Doyle?
Mm-hmm.
That it was going to be a home invasion. That's it. And he's, I'm kind of glad he did because he's ex-Marine in the freaking that gives to me there. 2 tours. He's just a lost soul. Just one of those lost warriors that come home and he's hanging around with the meth heads because it's exciting. And in fact, the night I was getting my tattoo, it was a couple of nights before, he was on the couch talking about he got pulled over with, I can't remember all these names. Got pulled over with some chick who drives a Hummer, who's related to another guy that deals meth. He was going to take that hit, and I told him it's, should definitely be better when you don't throw yourself under the bus like that. I told him, I said, you shouldn't be around these kind of people. As funny as it sounds, I was trying to give him some direction.
Robert, when we spoke with him, led us to believe that on at least one or more occasions, he would call you to talk to you about this Carlisle incident, to try to get you to step it up or do it, and Henriksen would take the phone out of his hands and speak with you on the phone.
I haven't talked to Henriksen since the KC thing, and that's the truth.
I know. Robert just said it, and I'm asking about it.
I know. She told me what she heard, and I'm shaking my head no. I mean, if I was going to burn Henriksen, I'd tell you the truth in that respect. But, I never talked to him.
So in the days after this, you start asking about your money, you're contacting Robert?
Yes. I was texting Lindsay, because Christmas was coming up, so I was wondering about getting paid, getting our Christmas presents. And he was supposed to bring some of the new batch of pills, which is what I was looking for, not to use, but to sell, because they're $40 a pill. And around Christmas, I think, I texted him once and he said that he was in Montana horseback riding with his kid or something, and he was going to be coming back through Spokane. And I said, well, we need to hook up. It kind of seemed like he was dancing a little bit. And I said, when you coming back and you get back to the area, text me. When you got to the state line or something like that, he texted me. I said, why don't you meet me at the 7-Eleven in Pines? And I had a throwaway phone from Walmart to give him, so we could talk. And I met him there, and he seemed really unguarded or something. He seemed a little different, paranoid. I don't know what the word would be. And he had already told me before that he had taken a lie detector test and passed it. And I texted him a couple of times on my phone, but the reception, if you're not in the right area, don't get it so good. I called him from the job site in Deer Lake, which amazed me. And he was in a Safeway, but he told me this is the only place I can get reception. And he told me that he had to go back to North Dakota and he was going to be there for 7 or 8 days and he was going to come back to bring money. I said, alright, cool. And I texted him on my other phone.
I have one in the phone. There's one text that you sent shortly after Carlisle was killed to Robert. I just want to confirm that it's something like tell the boss to watch the news.
Yes.
And you sent that to Robert?
Yes.
So you're a couple weeks after, Robert says he's going to go back and be there 7, 8 days and come back with the money.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I got busted Monday night and Tuesday he was supposed to be back in town with the cash. And pills. That's what I was led to believe through all the texting. And he also texted me, one of the last texts is he wanted to find a way to get me and the boss to talk, or me to and talk, something like that. That's why I kind of thought it was odd that he came out saying that he had nothing to do with nothing. I'm like, that's not true, you know?
Did they give you any indication that they were upset that he was killed rather than assaulted?
No.
Or was it, okay, we'll get you your money?
Yeah.
Chief, I gotta go. Like I told you earlier, I gotta leave here right now, but I want something crystal clear in my mind before I leave. Regardless of what you wanted to happen, I understand that you wanted to make up the difference in terms of $2,000 by Robin Carlisle, and then there was talk about the same money as last time. Was it clear in your mind, based on what DeLeo communicated to you, that they wanted Carlisle dead? Regardless of what you wanted to do, whether you felt like killing this guy or not, was it clear in your mind, based on DeLeo's communication with you? Because you said a few minutes ago that there was a flurry of text at that point. You know, I'm trying to make that in connection with the fact that why would he pay you $20,000
To beat him up.
to beat him up?
I know.
So just explain that to me.
That they wanted.
They wanted him dead. Was that clear in your mind based on the text between you and DeLeo?
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, had there been money in that house and everybody did what they wanted to do?
Can we maybe take a break so I can chat with him about,
Yes.
I think I can clear it up with him
Okay.
based on previous conversations. Just 2 seconds.
Sure. John, can we turn off the tapes and give them a couple minutes here?
I'm going to mute you, Derek, and when we come back in, I'll unmute you.
That sounds good.
Just trying to clear it up.
Hang on here for a second, guys.
Okay, we're back on the air. We just took a little break, clear up a legal snafu, give people time to talk. Tim, so it's clear in your mind and in everybody's mind. What was your impression of the direction or order being given to you by Robert Muggsy?
Carlisle had to die.
And how much were they offering to pay you to do that?
Satan's case, he was $20,000.
I want to back up just a little bit. Casey's gun. What happened to that?
was he, in 2012, Monty shows up at my door. I'm trying to remember when. Couldn't have been soon after because he was telling me that Homeland Security was had inquired with Hendrickson about Casey, and that he didn't know where he was at. And I guess they said something about his gun. And Muggsy was there to ask me if I had the gun. And I said I did. And that's why I told him I had it, because whoever talked to James knew it was missing, so Muggsy stayed at the house when I went to get it. And I came back.
Where'd you get it from? Where was it at?
It was in my storage unit.
Okay.
And I came back and took Muggsy out to the garage because he said we had to get rid of it. So I put it in the vise and he took a picture of it, and then cut the barrel in half and smashed a couple of pieces.
Who all was present when you did that?
Just me and him. And went to IRS environmental to the Stowe's dumpster, asbestos waste dumpster, and I found the barrel inside, and I opened it up and put it inside an asbestos bag, the pieces, and sealed it back up again in front of him so he knew it was gone. So he could go back and tell the boss that it doesn't exist anymore. I can't remember exactly when that was, but it wasn't long after. It might have been right around the time when I blew him off and my truck wasn't working.
Sure. Any other conversation about the Carlisle murder with Robert or getting paid or anything like that? We talked right up to the time of your arrest. Any more you can think of about that? How many times do you think you texted back or emailed back and forth at those email addresses?
Maybe like 3 times. I'm trying to remember what was said in them. It wasn't really a long text or a long email.
Is your email account still active?
You know, I actually just figured out how to, it took me a long time to do it, but I figured out how to close it or how to do it. Actually did that. And I can't remember the gist of the other emails. I wish I could, because it's probably juicy. I know we emailed a couple, 2 or 3 times after he sent me the picture and the address.
You guys have any follow-up references?
I have a few. Just a couple on the, with all your police stuff, there were some logos, some SIR police-looking logos. Did you put those on the van, or?
Those were of all the people that used to come over to my house. Somebody brought him over one time. They talked about him, and they were laying there. I think they were in the safe.
When you were running along in front of the school, it looked like you had a bag of some sort. Did you have a bag with you?
No,
After?
I had a,
There's something flopping.
that might be, okay. When I sent Laz back, with the long guns, he changed out, I think, his clothes. And when I went to go get my pistol, because I had the thing that goes down your leg, and then the pistol has clips that come up, the holster comes up through the webbing. Well, it had come loose, and the whole thing was gone. When I went to get my pistol, I was like, what the hell? So then I was searching for it, and I went back and forth from that corner fence to the gate like 3 times looking for it, until I found it in the middle of the neighbor's yard, backyard. And I got kind of miffed by it. And I had the other part of it had a bag that went down the left leg that you strap. And I had that bear mace in there, and something else, I think. So I went to the back gate and I called them. I said, that's where that camouflage bag came in. I said, send Laz to the back gate, because I'm not going to wear all this goofy ass gear because it's in the way. And I lost my damn pistol. So Laz came back to the gate, and I gave him everything, and I think that's where the glove got dropped. And the glove was, there was a little yellow thing somewhere in my bag that you found that breaks glass. The window tinker that was on the thing. Well, if somebody was home and was going to use that to break the glass on the back door, and have the welding glove on so I could reach in and get and unlock the door, and Laz could go in first. Well, that's why that welding glove was there, is to protect the wrist from cuts. And that got left behind.
When did you realize that got left?
When I saw a picture of it when Troy came over. I heard you guys on the news said that you found a glove, and I was like, yeah, they didn't find shit. Well, I did an equipment check, and I didn't even dawn on me about the welding glove.
So,
just as well.
That note that we found in the van, in your Tahoe, that had listed out wheelman, practice with gun, glove. So that wasn't like you wrote that afterwards and you were looking for the glove. It was when you were debating taking the glove? Or when did you write that note?
That was my list of, that was my plan. And those were, because I'm forgetful, you know. And that, I wrote that down, and the reason it was in my truck is I was going to throw it away. And I never did, like an idiot.
Yeah.
With the phone and fucking balaclava.
Which balaclava were you wearing? There was one that was down in the seats of your Tahoe, and then there was a couple in the house.
Actually, that one wasn't even on the scene. That was just an extra one I had.
There was some up there with the equipment in the bags.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those were the ones that were used.
Okay, so that note was written ahead of time, and you didn't even realize you dropped that glove.
Yeah.
Who's Troy?
Our investigator. Oh, from the public, Troy Bunky.
You mentioned that you never got paid. What were Laz and Robbie going to get out of helping you? Everyone, you guys were just going to split it evenly?
Robbie had 3 deliveries and he needed to get a lawyer. And Laz didn't have a place to live, so he was going to be able to get a place to live.
When you say a third of 20,000?
Well, it was going to be a third of 200,000 if it was there, but it didn't work out like that.
Sure.
The fact that he got killed and they was going to get paid, they were going to get a third of that.
So did they ever get anything from this?
Nothing.
Did you guys ever have talks about them wanting to get paid or needing to get paid or anything?
Mm-hmm.
You and Robbie and Laz, I mean, were they because I know you were talking with DeLeo about getting paid.
They were sweating my ass.
They were all over
They
your
were
group.
sweating my ass. I mean, Robbie was really sweating, but you know, he had me kind of
Mm-hmm.
So how well do you know Robbie?
9 years.
9 years? Who's that?
That's Robbie.
How well do you know Laz?
6, 7 years.
Who's that?
That's Laz.
How well do you know Justin?
3 or 4 months. You have to drive in it. That's good.
I don't know what we have to do or not do yet. I'm just making sure that we're talking about the same people right now.
He's just confused me. It's hilarious.
There was
Go ahead.
other jobs you may have done or talked about doing for Henderson, for Robert?
So,
Having Robert get a hold of you and telling you that James wants other jobs done.
you know, that's funny too, because, no, not funny. Right close to the end, when it was right around that time when he said he had to go back for 6 or 7 days or 8 days, whatever it was. I want to say that he said that there was some other jobs over there in North Dakota that needed to be done, but he didn't elaborate or say anything. And there was another one too. He sent me a text like probably October, maybe somewhere there in November, about he needed a couple of nail guns. That's blatant in my text. I think he said specifically something bigger than about 45 or something like that. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer.
There's text in there about Laz having agreed to go to Texas and do something for him down in Texas and then backing out. And you maybe agreeing to do that. What he backed out of.
On my phone?
Maybe DeLeo's phone to Henderson talking about,
Oh,
sorry, Laz backed out, but Tim says he'll go do it.
that's new on me.
How about Scottsdale, Arizona?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay.
Doesn't ring a bell. I mean, I'd tell you otherwise because I already know, if I'm lying, you guys are f***ing harder than this wood, so I already know that. I don't know.
But you never did travel to Arizona or Texas for these guys.
No, not these guys. I haven't been in Texas since I was at Latuna back in '91.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was, we heard that maybe Bugsy or James might have been upset that you left a witness. Was that ever relayed to you from the Carlisle, his wife?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Didn't you say something?
We talked about DeLeo's statement, but
Oh, that
that
I was supposed to kill her too or something?
Or maybe someone was upset because you left a witness or something to that
That's
extent.
me.
Nothing? Okay.
No, that's me. I don't think I could do that.
Sure.
I mean, really,
So did you take anything at all from the residence? of Carlisle's? You got rid of the gun. Do you have anything at all from Casey?
No. Bad memories.
But did you keep any magazines that belonged to that gun?
Which one?
Casey's gun that you chopped up? Because I saw a couple of
Wait a
magazines.
minute. Don't jump ahead of me here. I'm thinking.
All right. I'm just going to say I saw a couple of magazines that matched the brand of gun that was cut up.
Maybe. Oh, was it in a gray? Was it in a box? No. I don't think so.
What'd you do with all the magazines that came with that gun?
That's what I'm trying to remember. Because it was in the box.
Probably had 3 magazines. If it was brand new.
That's what I'm thinking of. I'm trying to remember now. It's from the magazine.
You don't own a gun that matches those magazines.
You found the back, because the box is gone, so.
No, I don't remember exactly what they're in. I think now it might be in with so much of a sort
Maybe,
of other items.
you know what, maybe it wasn't a Taurus, maybe it was a Ruger, because it's possible that, because I remember seeing a Ruger magazine and realizing I didn't have a gun, but I've been picking up stuff here and there from people everywhere, so I never considered that. It might be, he might have had a Ruger instead, and because I had a Ruger magazine, it didn't fit anything that I had. And I don't know if there's 1 or 2 there.
Okay.
So that's something I'm looking at. It was had a backpack, purple or something.
Sure.
It had various different magazines and
Sure.
that and bullets. I think some mismatched bullets crap I was trying to get rid of.
Sure.
It might be in that.
Okay.
I'm not saying for sure, but
I know where they are.
You're asking stuff that I don't even trip on. So that's why it's popping into my head. I'm not trying to hide nothing.
I understand that. You got a lot of stuff. You got a lot of stuff.
I'm a prepper. I believe that our society is going to collapse. That's why I had all that. That's why I had all that food in storage too. I believe it's going to fall apart.
How many times did you go back to where Casey's buried?
What's that?
How many times did you go back to where Casey's buried?
No.
You've never been back there other than the one time?
And I'm honestly, my lawyers and I are talking about it. We're still hoping he's there because the people that knew James, me, and George, and James ain't gonna get his fucking hands dirty, especially something like that. And George probably ain't gonna have nothing to do with it either. And if anything, Muggsy would know something about it, so he's probably still there.
Okay. Did George get anything for his help that you know of?
I don't know.
What was the conversation with George while y'all were in the vehicle together, moving around? Did he know what was? I mean, he had to have known what was going on. There's no.
He knew that.
Was there anything specific that you remember the conversation? Where are we going to put him? Anything like that?
I think like Ms. Nagel and I were talking earlier was that they got some kind of thing going where you don't ask questions and I don't tell you nothing kind of thing, but
You're going to put this toilet box in the back of your truck and drive out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's, and you're going to sit in your truck in the dark while I carry a dead dog.
And you saw all the blood on your clothes.
No.
He did not see that?
Too dark.
What about burning the clothes? Did you see that?
They were sitting in the truck facing me. So.
That's not normal activity, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that he didn't. I don't know what he knew. That's what I'm trying to say.
But there's a lot of suspicious activity.
Yeah, it's not hard to figure out something went on.
Sure.
That's why I say Justin, who was standing outside, probably didn't really know what was going on, But I don't know his name. you could show me a picture like George, I probably couldn't even point him out.
Who else do you think knows about either Casey or Carlisle's murder outside of the people who were directly involved?
In North Dakota, I don't know. Because once I kind of separated myself from that, I didn't get into the North Dakota business. So if anybody started talking over there, I couldn't tell you.
What about around here? Have you talked to people?
It's murder one, man. I'm not gonna. Robbie's stupid because I can tell he told me he's got 2 CIs on his case, and I said there was 3 people that knew about this murder. How come you got 2 CIs?
I hear you. I'm gonna let North Dakota chime in now and ask some questions. This is Derek Trudell and some other North Dakota investigators. So Derek, you guys can unmute and ask questions.
Yep, can you guys hear us?
Loud and clear.
Okay. One of the things we want to talk about was the ravine. How far you guys traveled off the road?
Yeah, probably like a half a mile.
No, he means when you park the truck,
Oh.
how far from the truck to where you dug the hole?
Probably like 100 to 120 yards, maybe, something like that.
So you guys drove off of the road and went out in the field?
No, we were parked on the road, so.
You know that little dirt track, that 2-track that goes back in there?
Yep.
They're on that 2-track back in there. Would you say a half or 3/4 of a mile?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Somewhere just past the pond where the cows are at there.
Yeah.
Is it the first ravine after the pond or the second one?
It's the one that's centered in the photograph I sent you.
Okay. Then which part of the ravine is he in? Right at the top or actually in the trees?
In the trees.
Well, there's a bunch of brush there. Is he along the edge of the brush? Or
Oh
in the middle
no,
of it?
he's actually in the ravine near a tree.
Yeah, was it like a single, do you remember if it was a single tree and what type of tree it was? Like a pine tree or a elm tree?
I couldn't tell you what kind of tree it was. I just know it was a single tree right there.
How big was the tree?
It was probably 10 inches or
10, 12 inches around. How tall? A big mature tree?
Yeah, it looked mature.
Yeah, he said a big mature tree, 10, 12 inches around.
When you guys walked down the ravine, are you on the side where the power lines are, or did you not see any power lines?
I don't remember power lines. That's why I'd have to go there to actually take you to the spot, because the Google Earth doesn't really do any justice.
Okay.
We can make those.
I'm sure you wouldn't have to.
Okay. Yeah, did you guys have to walk down into the ravine far?
Well, it was like 120 yards from the truck. I mean, we're trying to figure out which tree it is.
Yeah. Well, we're just wondering, like, was it if you walked all the way down to the bottom of the ravine, or if it's on the slope of the ravine?
No.
So, like, how far in height, I guess, did you have to travel down?
If you're talking from like the top to the bottom where the mesa is, I'd have to say it's pretty close to the top of the ravine, like 120 yards from the truck.
Okay. Okay.
From the road, dirt road.
So is it a half mile down that road from hear that? The question was it a half mile from the gate or from the pond down that road?
From the main highway.
Okay, from the main highway. And did you guys have to open up the gate to get onto that road?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a sign.
Yeah, what did that gate look like? Was this, if you know the difference between like an elk fence or just a regular barbed wire fence, the height of it?
Elk fence is like 70 feet high.
Oh no, it was just a barbed wire fence with a sign on it that said something about Badlands State Park or something like that.
Okay.
What about lights out there? You were out there after dark. Did you see any lights and whatnot off in the distance? Any tower lights or anything?
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah, could you hear the highway from where you were at?
No. Wait a minute. I might have heard a truck once in a while. One of the big semis. That was it.
Okay.
And then what did you guys do with like the shovel that you used to dig the hole?
Oh, that's back at the shop at Blackwater.
Okay, just a regular earth shovel?
Yeah.
Handle or plastic?
Wood, I think.
Okay, and then how about the tarps that you used to put the dirt on?
It was blue.
What did you guys do with that?
That was put in the back of George's truck, and I don't know where it went from there.
Okay. And then when you guys were out there digging, were you drinking anything? Any beer or water or anything like that?
Nothing.
Smoking cigarettes at all?
Nothing got left behind.
Okay. Okay. You talked about how you marked it with a tree. You left a tree laying over the dig site. How big was that?
That was it's like a fallen tree branch that's probably 3 to 4 feet long. I just laid it across the grave. That's all I did.
How big around?
Probably 2 inches around.
Okay.
And it's really old too. It's been on the ground a while.
Okay. Okay.
The handle that you used, was there only one? Was it the floor jack, or was there multiple jacks in the shop and for you to choose from?
It was the only one there. It's a 2.5 ton jack.
Okay.
Or thereabouts.
So it's a floor jack, not a handyman jack,
Yeah,
right?
it's a floor jack.
You remember what color the handle was?
Aluminum. Gray aluminum.
Sorry, we're right by railroad tracks. It's going to sound like there's a train coming through our office for a second.
It was a gray aluminum color. It was aluminum handle.
What part of the shop were you guys actually in when you hit TV?
If you're facing the roll-up door, it's to the left side about probably 8 feet in from the door entrance.
There's a crack in the concrete right
There's
there.
a crack in the concrete right there too.
Okay. And that's that's the side with the bathroom.
The opposite side.
Okay.
The bathroom was in the corner of the shop on the right-hand side if you're facing the door from the outside.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Did you notice if any of the blood ended up in that crack in the concrete?
Yes. I tried my best to clean it out, but I don't know if your forensics can actually find anything or not.
Okay. Did you dump any chemicals in the crack in the concrete to try and hide the blood?
I tried to clean it up with various chemicals, bleach included, so I don't know how well you'll find anything.
Okay. And then you said you poured oil over the what was left and try and blend it in, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What kind of cardboard box did you guys use to haul them out of there?
It was the one that I believe holds the toilet in the bathroom.
Okay. Okay. When you went back the second time with your wife out there, did you guys ever get together with James and his wife?
No, I introduced James. James came into the cabin one time, and I introduced my wife to him, and that was about all they had for conversation.
Okay. Have you ever met Tex Hall?
Tex Hall, oh no, I never did.
Do you know of him?
What's that?
Do you know of him?
Only from my paperwork on this end.
Okay. James never spoke to you about Tex Hall?
No.
Did you meet any, you said when James originally brought you out to the shop that he wanted to introduce you to some of the employees, or he did. Who did you meet on that day?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to laugh. It's just, I probably met one person inside the office, and I couldn't even tell you who it was.
Okay.
I mean, I went inside, and he stepped into an office that's right there inside the door, and I was in the hallway, and I think somebody walked by, and he said, "Hey, how's it going? This is Tim," and then that was it. And I stayed in the hallway, because I didn't want to meet anybody.
Sure. Okay. Have you ever done any other contracts, like in the state of Washington?
No, I've never done anything like this before.
And then another question, and I think you may have covered it. We had a little trouble hearing it. How did James get Casey back to that part of the shop?
He told me, that he was going to lure Casey back into the shop and try to talk to him about something where his motorcycle was. And when Casey came in the door right there, I was standing right there, and he introduced me, and then turned around and led him away to the other side of the shop.
Okay. Tim, when you came out on the Amtrak, what name did you use for that trip?
My real name.
Okay, so Amtrak should have your real name?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I didn't plan on doing that, so I didn't have a reason to hide nothing.
Did you use a debit card or credit card while you were out there?
No, but I think I paid for the ticket with my debit card.
What bank is that from?
Spokane Teachers Credit Union. I really didn't leave anything. I mean, I was in the cabin and I was at the shop. That was all I was. I didn't go anywhere. There's nothing out there.
Okay.
When you were out here in February and you were digging them, it was cold, so ground should have been somewhat frozen. But was there any rocks or anything like that you had to move, that you had to dig through?
No, it was actually good digging. That sounds sick.
No snow?
No snow. It spitted that night, and I was sweating so hard I had to take my jacket off. I had a t-shirt.
Was it a grassy area that you were digging in?
No. No, it was like 15 feet from the 12 or 15 feet from a tree, and it just had like dead leaves and stuff that I pushed aside. So when I dug the ground, I put all the dirt onto the tarp, so it didn't look like the ground was disturbed. And then when I was all done, I moved all the leaves back and put the stick across the grave so it didn't look like anybody was there. And just took the excess dirt and just flung it.
Did James help you dig it all?
No, he just stood there and watched. I did all the work.
Jim, just to get a feeling of that spot that you were in, would you consider yourself in the canopy of several trees, or just out in the open, basically an open area with one tree, and was it flat or slanted?
No, I remember walking through, when I left the truck, there was like a row of trees, a row of shrubs, high shrubs I walked through, and then another row of high shrubs to get to the crevice of the ravine that had a tree there. That's all I remember. It's not in the open. It's hidden.
So when you say it's hidden, if you look 360 degrees around you, you were surrounded by trees, even though it wasn't a forest, but you were surrounded where nobody could see you from the sides.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, I could look down the ravine and see the bottom area, but nobody could see you.
Was the ground right where you were digging, let's say within a 15-foot circle around you, was the ground flat and level, or was it sloped?
A little bit of both.
Okay. How did you guys get Casey 100 to 125 yards from the road? Did you carry him on your own, or did you and James each take an end, or how did you manage that?
I asked for some help, and Casey said I ain't carrying him, so I had to carry him myself. I'm a big guy, but I was out of shape, so it took me a minute, and I fell on my ass too. That's how I got the blood on me, because I fell with Casey and he landed on me.
Who was it that said that he wouldn't help you carry him?
James.
Okay.
George was asleep in the truck.
Okay. Okay. Mark, I think that's all the questions we have for right now.
Okay. If you guys could mute up again for me.
Yep.
Is there anything else that we need to talk about today that maybe you guys have talked about that we need to clear the air with today, or make sure we start getting on top of?
I didn't shoot your guy up on your side.
Okay.
I feel insulted being accused of something I didn't do.
Yeah, again, I didn't accuse you, but you gotta admit, you look like the photo, the drawing.
I know.
Okay.
And the light is kind of interesting, because I remember somebody telling me a story once about somebody was out at the casino and they were wearing a hat like that with a light on it because it blinds infrared cameras. I thought that was interesting.
In a lot of your texts, you talk about getting a Black Ops crew together because somebody gave you info about somebody you can go see and get some money from, and they keep this guy or that guy. It sounds like you're doing some.
I wanted to.
Some invasion on some people.
No.
No.
Had you, honestly, I mean, I'm glad you got me when you did, but had you let it go for 6 months to a year, we'd be here for days. I would have given you Fisher, Hoffman, a couple of pieces of shit out of your life.
Tim,
We may have to in the next week or two go to Ani and set this up again for some clarification stuff. It's going to be up to Ani after he looks at this again. Sometime, if they can't find Casey on their own, sometime in the next few weeks, I'll come grab you and we're going to take a drive. And I'll clear that up with Tom, and Tom will be aware of what's going on.
24. You don't hear there was a long fucking drive.
I've been there. I drove there in the wintertime.
Yeah, it sucks.
So,
Is there anything that we're missing that you know of that would help the case? Any computers that you have, or anything in storage, or anything that we may have missed?
there's a couple of SIM cards we took out of your dresser drawers that I haven't looked at yet. Do they have text on them? A dresser drawer at your house,
Dresser or the desk?
The desk, I'm sorry.
Oh, my wife tweaks and all that electronics. She rips all the phones apart and computers, and she does all that crap. I don't do all that.
Okay.
So I couldn't tell you. But her phone that she had was my old phone that may have some text on it from when I used to have it, prior to me getting my new one. That
we did download that. I think she deleted everything on it
she's
before she
a
started
text
using
and
it.
full too, so
Yeah.
it's hard to say.
I mean, I think, if something comes up in the next few days that needs any clarification, just let us know.
Okay, if you guys need a second to...
I don't, unless something pops in my head, but I don't remember anything.
Derek just texted me that he has another question. Go ahead, Derek. Come on, Mark.
All right, you guys can hear us again?
Yes.
Okay. Tim, when you guys drove back to the train depot, when you drove back with James and Sarah, how did James introduce you to Sarah?
When I first got there, we went into his cabin. It was a mess, paperwork stuff. That's when I met her there. But I don't know anything about her, just other than I met her. And
But James, he gave Sarah your real name?
yeah, but I don't know if she knew my last name.
Okay. But she was with you guys in the vehicle when you drove over to the train station. So she would have rode with you in a vehicle for about an hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And did you have any conversation that you can recall about why you were with them and going over there, or she didn't ask any questions?
She didn't ask.
Okay.
And I don't think she knew that I just got paid for a job when you had to go back and meet somebody halfway to get the money the day I was leaving. I don't know how much she knows, but I'm sure that she's not stupid. Most women are not.
Okay. That was the last question we had.
Okay.
All right, we'll mute it again.
Okay. The $20,000 that he paid you for Casey, two bundles, did any of that hit your bank account?
I didn't want it to show.
What did you use that money for?
Stupid crap. Bought a set of tires and took the family out. Got my truck fixed a little bit. Worked on. Paid some bills on the side that wouldn't reflect on the bank account,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't put it in the bank because I didn't want it to show up.
Sure.
That's why I did that. And to this day, I still can't even remember where the it all went. I mean, I don't have nothing to show for it.
Sure. I have nothing else today.
Okay.
I think we're done, Derek.
All right, I'll get a hold of you later.
All right, sounds good.
Bye.
Thank you.
The time now is 15:06 hours.
This recording's off. I'm guessing he's on his way to do that one.
Despite Suckow's instructions, police are still unable to locate Casey Clark's body. They bring Suckow back in for one more interrogation.
We are recording. Today's date is, 26th today?
30th.
30th today. The time is 10:05 a.m. Present in the room is myself, Detective Mark Burbridge, Special Agent Eric Barker from the FBI, Mr. Tom Krasminski with the Public Defender's Office, and Ms. Jill Nagel from the Public Defender's Office, and Tim Suko. Purpose of the interview is for some follow-up questions on some things that have occurred. Are you hungry? If you want it, you can have it. I'll have my muscle milk.
I'm starving.
Then you can have it. Purpose here is to just do some follow-up from an interview we had Friday. I was contacted by Mr. Krasminski, who advised me there was maybe some details that Tim had remembered that he thought we might want to know, and then we have some follow-up questions. And North Dakota is out right now looking at that area you showed us, and they're going to send me some photos and maybe try to FaceTime with you sitting here and see if you can help identify that spot over FaceTime, if we can. Some modern-day technology involved here.
Yeah.
They should put on a POV.
Oh, okay.
They should, and then I can walk them through it.
What is it that you remembered over the weekend that you thought we should know?
Well, the first meeting that we had in the park, back in late August or early October, I was confused about.
Who were you meeting with?
That was with Muggsy.
Okay.
That was the initial offer was to kill Carlisle, and that I would get that seat, one of 7 seats on the committee for Bridgewater, I believe is what he was talking about, and receive $250,000 a year to be paid in quarterly installments. And then I told him I'd think about it. And then my text will back it up later that I tried to talk him out of doing that because I didn't really want to do it. So,
when you say you didn't want to do it, you didn't want to be on the committee, or you didn't want to kill him?
I didn't want to kill him.
Okay.
And I wanted to be on the committee, but I didn't want to kill the guy to be on the committee because it wouldn't look good. So, Muggsy said that he would talk to the boss about it because he agreed with it, and came back to turn him into a piñata.
What does that mean to you?
Beat him up.
Okay.
So I wanted to clarify that started out as being a contract to kill the guy.
Then it became a piñata.
Yeah, and then when he said it was only going to be a couple $1,000s, I asked him if the original contract was still good, and he said yes. So I had the option of going either way. But I thought about it and realized that that's how the home invasion idea came up, because he had a nice house. I was wondering, since at that time in the park, Muggsy told me that he had embezzled $225,000 from James in cash at some point, that maybe he still had some cash in the house.
Okay.
So that's why I asked him about the treasure chest and then if he had any precious metals, and then Muggsy texts back that the guy's a leprechaun, which I took as that he had gold or something. So that's the route I went. And, I wanted to back that up because if I really wanted to kill the guy, I wouldn't have went through all the elaborate SWAT gear and bringing a couple extra guys on board to do it, really. So it wasn't my plan to go there and kill the guy.
Well, at some point it changed to that, though.
Yeah, I know.
When did it change to that? While you were in the backyard?
It still didn't change because when I got rid of Laz because I was afraid that he might have had the remote control to Sonatrol for a panic button, and I didn't want to have somebody else being as clumsy with long guns. We had a couple of long guns going over a fence and running and all this.
Here's my question for you then, all right? And I'm just going to ask you the question the defense attorney's going to ask you. Is you send Laz down, who's going to control them, and then who's going to search the house for the pot of gold, right?
Who's going to control what?
Who's going to control the Carlyles?
Oh, well, I had...
And who's going to search the house?
I had...
You can't do both.
No, I had zip ties that were going through the back of the webbing of the assault vest that I had, so had they went to the floor, I would have zip tied them up and then searched myself.
People don't get up zip tied? I mean,
No,
I'm just trying to ask you, the defense attorney's going to do this.
I had enough zip ties for the hands and the feet and to lock the feet to the hands behind the back.
How close were you to Mr. Carlisle? How many feet?
Probably from me to the corner, whatever, however.
10 feet, 8 feet, something like that?
That's probably about 10, I'd say.
I'd say that's about 10. That's a fair.
Yeah.
How good a shot are you?
Even though that list that said target practice, that was basically for the CO2 pistols you found in the house, because I had raccoons in the backyard from a couple yards over, and I had little dogs, so I was trying to laser sight there was a laser sight I had on one of those pistols, and I was trying to sight that in so I could get my shot at the raccoon, because I didn't want them to jump my little dogs in the middle at night.
Greg said you're a pretty good shot. He'd been out with you shooting. He said you're pretty good.
Greg's a liar too.
What's he lying about? That he shot with you, or that you're a good shot?
He's never shot with me.
Oh, okay.
And I wouldn't say I'm at all. I wouldn't say that I'm a good shot. He probably heard a time when I went to Carl Burnham's house, who's the owner of IRS, which is up in Usk, and we went to a gravel pit to shoot, and I had that AR-15, and one of the pistols that I had, I can't remember which one it was, and they had targets in the pit, and so I guess you'd say, with the long gun and the pistol. I mean, they're only good for close-up shots, and we didn't spend a lot of time because it was my own bullets, and I didn't spend a lot of money on my bullets. And Carl Burnham's son was there, and he let me use one of his long guns. It's one of those big old cannons.
Okay.
And had a big scope on it, and I shot a rock from across the thing. So maybe he heard that I'm a good shot in that manner, but I couldn't spend the money I didn't have on bullets and go shooting, so I didn't have a lot of experience on it. And that's why I think that when I first pulled the shot, I kind of panicked and unloaded, because I wanted to make sure that I did hit him. I just didn't realize how many times I hit him because he was. It seemed like on the fourth shot he was still standing.
How many total times did you shoot? I know the answer. I'm just seeing if you know the answer.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
How many are in a 45 magazine?
7.
Did you have one in the chamber to start with? So maybe 8, or did you just have
No.
a loaded magazine and rack the round?
I racked around. So.
Okay.
Is there 7 in there? I don't even know. I'm guessing.
Okay. Did you remember anything else that you thought we should know
I think those Ruger clips that I got are Casey's. And there was something else. But see, I didn't know this was a meeting. I was told it was court, and I didn't bring the piece of paper with me. It was. The first time I talked to. The first time I ever talked to James was in Muggsy's living room. It was on Muggsy's phone. I met Muggsy at the Little Bigfoot Tavern. And then I took him over to his house. Or no, I met him at his house because his woman was working and he was watching his kid. And he told me more about it in detail rather than over the phone the first time. And then he called James, and then I talked to James. That was the first time I talked to James, was over the phone, and I said, well, give me a couple of days to take a train out because my truck wouldn't have made it. I had an old Bronco that wouldn't have made it, so that's as far as I remember so far.
And that would have been what time frame?
That had to have been February of 2012 because it was like 2 days later I was on a train to North Dakota.
And from what he told you, everything was on Kelly. Is that that everything up until the point of that morning?
KC was a total surprise. I mean, I woke up the next morning and then he dropped it on me in the truck on the ride back to the shop. And that was, well, at the cabin first, but then when we got in the truck, it was more in detail. And like I said, I didn't believe it was real.
Right.
And
what did he tell you the plan for Kelly was, Robert? Was it just to go over there and beat him?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't think there was any implication that it was supposed to be a killing. But when I got there, I remember when we were sitting at Arby's late at night that he wanted me to kill him, but he was kind of.
James wanted you to kill him.
James wanted me to kill him, and it was kind of. He was kind of like indecisive in a way, kind of looking for me for an answer, and I said basically more going the legal route than anything, because, like I said, that's something that was beyond me, in a sense, at the time. So,
how many times did you meet James?
I mean, in the sense of, only the times I was over there. That was it. I never met him.
Recognize a picture of him? You met him more than once, saw him over a period of days and hours?
Oh, yeah.
Different
Yeah,
times?
I'd recognize him.
I just didn't have a picture of him, and I just thought of it. I'll just pull up the picture on the internet. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
That's James Henderson.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the same picture too, and I immediately recognized him. Though he's got a scowl on his face.
All right. Got some photos here they've sent me.
Okay.
See if I can. Here's a stick laying on the ground. They're obviously wondering if that's the stick you laid back out there.
See, I can't tell with the. I can't tell unless it's the full picture.
Okay, let me see.
I just got snow this week.
Yeah, it snowed 7 inches Sunday night.
Oh, didn't they?
A lot of that.
Here's what some of the hillside looks out there like. One thing they're asking about the tree you buried him by.
Yeah.
Was it a pine tree or a leaf tree? A deciduous tree?
It wasn't funny.
Okay.
If they were standing on the dirt road, looking, taking a picture down towards the thing, I could probably guide them that way.
Here's another, that looks like a bigger kind of branch or log.
See, I don't remember the pine needles.
That's grass laying on the ground, I think.
Is that grass?
That's grass. Let me, I'm going to call him and have him go up and stand on the road and take a picture down.
Yeah, if he was looking at that one ravine, it would be on to the right. That's why you need a POV.
A POV. Like a GoPro?
That's a camera that the cops try to wear now.
Oh.
So
Hey, he wants you to go stand up on the road up above or up on the hillside up above and take an overall picture down below so he can orient himself and then he'll direct us.
This is hard.
We heard off of a phone and everything.
Okay. Is it? I'm going to show him. I took that picture before and confirm it's the draw, but I believe it's the first draw after the pond, and it's a bigger draw. So hang on here. All right. Send me that picture when you get it. So I took a picture of the Google Earth that you showed me while we were there. So. Where's our pond at here? I can't see it well upside down. Okay, here's the pond. Okay.
See, I never saw the pond when I went there.
Okay.
I want to say that it's over in this area right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's further over. It's the second ravine past the pond. Okay, let me call him back here real quick.
It's not a pine tree.
Okay.
It's got to be a leaf tree.
Second ravine past the pond. And there's a couple of what I would describe as like tiny lines of trees coming off of the ravine. And it might be the first line of trees, and he said it's not a pine tree. It's more like a leaf or deciduous tree. Okay, I think that one of the attorneys here is trying to bring up the full Google Earth rather than the little picture I have on my phone, so hang on.
That'd be great.
As you look down the hill, it looks like there's a small finger of trees coming out of the group of trees, and it's the first small finger of trees that's pointing out. Maybe
It's. I remember going through 2 fingers to get to this tree.
Okay. So, was there a fence you had to take the body over?
No fence.
He says no fence. Did you drive through a gate after the initial gate?
No.
No.
There was just one gate.
Just one gate.
Must be an ad. Something new.
right spot.
Wow. You sure you didn't go over a fence? Because there's a fence along that hillside that's been there forever.
I don't remember seeing a fence.
Okay.
Sure he's in the right spot?
There on the spot you showed us. You sure you went south of town and crossed that? I'm gonna let you go here for. I'm gonna let you go here for a second, okay? And I'll get right back to you. What? What? Hello?
So here's Watford. Okay.
We're starting at Watford again, and he's taking
There's
a
that
look.
highway that we thought you took, right?
But he then actually decided he went south on the highway.
Okay, so which one, where are we at?
If you go straight south, there's the highway that leads down to where he showed me on the map. He was down about 15, 20 miles. That crosses a river.
Okay.
There's a bridge over.
Yeah, there's a bridge and then we cross.
Yeah, it's not a great internet connection.
Now, if I knew the code to the one, I would give it to you. I just don't know the code. I'm not the most tech-savvy guy in the world for our wireless system.
Did the gate they went through
Yeah,
initially
did they find the gate?
with that sign, was that there?
There's a sign on it. It
Okay.
says something different than that, but close. It says like something trust land.
Okay.
Just give me a
You know
second, let it catch up.
Owns that land?
State of North Dakota.
State.
Yeah, I want to say it was state land. I thought it said something like Badlands on it or something.
It might say Badlands Trust Lander, but it says
Okay,
something
so that's
trust.
the river, I presume.
Well, yeah, I mean, so,
Right.
Okay. What happened? I was looking for the bridge. I want to make sure by the bridge.
Okay, so it should be right here. The bridge.
Is it too late? Okay, so there's the turnout, and it comes up in here.
Stock. Alright, so there's the.
I'm trying.
Yeah, let me get you oriented again. Okay,
Zero in on where that.
right here.
Yeah. Okay, hope. It's not gonna spin on me, is it?
It might.
Okay, so. I want to say it's this one.
How about further in? Is there something further in there that maybe looks close?
No, because we didn't go up in all this.
Okay.
And this is kind of sloped up.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say I remember there was.
All right, he just sent me another picture here. Let me see if I can.
I want to say it's this guy right here.
Here is the top or the start of that second ravine. Do you need reading glasses?
No,
See
just it's. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. That's. I can't tell.
Okay.
Which one are you on? Which one are they on in this photo?
They are. I think it's here.
Yeah.
The start of that one.
Yeah.
It might be the top of this one though.
Okay.
Because I remember when I left the truck, I had to walk through one little set of fingers and then another set of fingers, but I couldn't tell if it's that. I just don't remember a lot of.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Say sometime in the next few weeks we take him out there, we fly him out, and there's a chance we might be able to get the governor's plane. Is someone from your office going to want to go with that?
Yes.
Here's a question for you. How much notice do you need?
As much as we can get. Is it just contingent on the availability of the plane versus someone else's availability? Is that what you're thinking?
Both. Okay. We have some commitments next week on another deal.
Okay, so
I don't I don't want to make a commitment here with Tim sitting here just because of security issues. So
I see.
You might be able to get some notice if I can just get your guys' word that Tim won't know what date that is. And I'm not being disrespectful, Tim, but we just can't let you know the date that's going to happen.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I just don't want to lose my cell. I got a good cell. As dumb as that sounds. I mean, it's only going to be a round
It
trip.
would probably only be a 1-day trip over and back if we can get that plane.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's.
Yeah, we'll make
Because
that
all I
work.
got to do is just drive out there and I just point right where it's at.
Who picked the spot to put Casey there? Was it George or was it
Actually,
James?
James is the one that took us out there, but I'm the one that picked where the tree was, where the spot was.
Yeah, they just want to know how they got to the area, and it was James that picked that area. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I give you a week's notice or a few days' notice,
Sure, we'll make it work.
Okay,
One way.
I think that plane holds like 15 or 17 people. If it holds that many, but if we're limited, then we're limited, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Do we need that many people?
No, I'm just saying if it holds that many people, it'll probably just be
Yeah,
3 of us, you, and both of them. But if the plane's limited, it may only be one of them.
Oh, I got you.
That's what I'm saying. And that'll be for you guys to decide.
Yeah.
So we would try to leave here early in the morning, land there, do our business, and come back.
Sounds good.
And I'd feed you good.
Better than Arby's.
Watford City does not have food. There's no restaurants in that town.
Yeah, they have a Pizza Hut. There's
I didn't see a Pizza Hut.
That's right by the airport.
Oh, I didn't see that. We were there. We had eaten a bar. There's literally a place that's called it's for the truckers. So it's like an elevated platform to serve the food out as they drive through, and it's called Turn and Burn is the name of the restaurant, and they drive through with their trucks to get their food while they're working.
That main drag that's right there in front of Walmart. That one, there's a stretch right there by the hut
You talking about in Williston or Watford?
Oh,
there's no Walmart in
yeah,
Watford.
That's right. You're right. I was thinking Williston.
You're thinking where the train came in. Williston's where your train went in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Williston. Watford doesn't have anything.
I'm working on this. I've got a couple more search warrants that are out, picking up some tower use information.
I wish you guys would help me with the texting issue, because that would probably bring up some more things in my head.
Sure.
Because I can't remember all that crap.
This is on December 6th. All right.
The one with Doyle.
Doyle.
I remember that.
Robbie's there.
Robbie's there at Doyle?
Yeah, Doyle's there. Robbie's there. People are all texting back and forth the whole time you guys are up there. And I'm getting the tower use information coming in on these to show the tower use. But you're texting him. Your phone's on. Doyle's phone is on. Robbie's phone is on.
I don't remember Robbie being there.
And then, Robbie's texting back and forth constantly with you guys. I could show when the phone calls came in that morning from DeLayau, and then you immediately get a hold of Ware and then Doyle. You text them both, bang, bang, and then they start getting back to you, and then you're texting back and forth in the morning, and then your phone's up there banging off the tower that night. And then at the end of the night, you call DeLayau, and then DeLayau immediately gets a hold of James and says something specific to him.
See, I don't remember Robbie being up there.
I've got his tower use coming to me, so I'll be able to determine.
I'm just saying, it was just me and Doyle because we were there to take out because I was going to use Doyle, but Doyle eventually backed out. He didn't want to do it, and that was great because he didn't have anything. He doesn't have a criminal record, you know. But even he knew it was going to be a home invasion. And we went up there to take out that street light in the back.
There's another look. See, there's a fence there. Did you guys drive through another gate and drive out into the field there and sit?
No, I see none of that really looks familiar.
Okay. We might not be at the right spot.
Or they might not be at the right spot.
Well, they're at the spot that you're showing us on Google Earth.
Uh-huh. Like I said, the only way I could probably just take you right there and
sure,
you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, looking at it here, I mean, it'd be easier to do it this
Is it
way.
still up on your computer?
Should be right here.
Can we look a little further south on the main road to see if there's another spot similar to that maybe?
I'm pretty sure I'm on the right spot.
So if we go south further on the main road.
Because this goes down a hill.
Okay.
I remember this. This goes down a hill.
Let me make sure
And I remember that we didn't get into the hill part of it. It was just right at the beginning of it when we come up out of the river.
Can we go back to the night of the murder up at Carlisle's place for a second? I just want to ask a couple of questions about your phone and Laz's phone.
Okay.
Do you have your phone up there with you?
The battery was out of it.
Purposely. I could see that.
Yeah.
What about Laz's phone?
He had a smartphone, and I don't know if he turned it off or not.
Is there a chance he didn't have it with him? Here's the next ravine over. We actually call them coolies back there. Isn't that right?
That's right.
It kind of looks familiar. Is that the second one?
Yeah, that's the one that you and I think it is.
Yeah, that kind of looks familiar. Oh, wait, let's see. Can you blow it up?
You can do whatever you want. You can move it around, do whatever you want to.
I don't know how to do all this stuff.
Just pinch your fingers, pull them apart, slide it around.
This one looks familiar.
Okay, let me tell him that.
He's got to walk through 2 fingers of trees.
Okay.
The first ones that he sees, and then there should be another one.
Okay, let me call him here. Did you make sure that? Did you ask Laz not to bring his phone or make sure it was off?
Yeah.
Derek, that last photo you sent me is familiar. He thinks that's the coulee, and he says there's 2 fingers of trees down there, and it's the second finger of trees.
Yeah, it's past the second.
Left side of the coulee, going down the side hill.
Heading towards the
Bottom.
right. Heading towards the right side.
You're okay. No. Here's the coulee going downhill. Okay, you're parked up here by the road.
Uh-huh.
Here's the coulee going downhill.
Yeah.
These are the trees.
Yeah.
Are you on this side going down or that side going down?
Oh, I'm on the left.
Left side of the trees going down the coulee, and there's 2 fingers of trees that poke out, and it's just past the second finger of trees.
Yeah, there it is.
On the left-hand side of the main body of the trees, as you go down, there are 2 fingers of trees that poke out. It's just past the second finger of trees. Bye. He's going to walk down there and take a photo from there and get back to us. Do you have some questions?
I just
So you say that Robbie was there on the 6th, and
I think he was. And I don't have his tower use info yet. That's coming. What I have is your phone records, and I can see the phone call and the text and the phone calls back and forth between the 2 of you. And I can see your tower use information, but not his yet. And I've got a warrant out coming in for his. And they've had it now for a month, and they just take their time getting back to you. It drives you crazy.
The night you're talking about that Doyle was there was only him and I were trying to take out that street light in the back.
Okay. Do you remember, were you able to take out that street light?
Boy, the covers are hard, man.
What were you hitting it with?
Wrist rocket and a 25.
Okay. Was it a silenced 25?
Yeah.
So
it popped once and jammed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Think of that night was where asking you what's going on, how's it look, or because you were texting him constantly. I mean, Robbie, while you were up there, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 4 or 5 times. And then you called delay out, probably right up there at the house. You call him. You actually text him at about 9:10 or so, 9:12 at night. And then you call him again almost 10. And he then immediately back there sends a text to Henriksen. And it says, "God damn it, Pinata ain't home. Gotta wait, tired of waiting, want it done." So you obviously spoke with the layout and told him that, hey, the guy's not home.
Oh, you know what? That probably was because I was. Oh, that was another thing. You asked me how many times I was there or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I did more drive-bys than anything.
Okay.
I didn't do a lot of foot traffic. I was there on foot traffic. That night, I was there to take out the street light. I wish I knew what day it was. Makes a difference because, you know,
Let me see if I can get it.
It's right there. The 6th was Friday.
December 6th.
was it Friday? Okay, that's good. No, was it okay. Friday, so I wasn't working. So I had all night. I don't remember involving Robbie so early. When
That's only a
Murder's
week
here.
and 2 days.
there was a 15th. Okay, yeah, so I probably did. So if he wasn't home at 10 o'clock, then he must have been gone
I know where he was, but I don't want to tell you.
I don't need to know anyways. It doesn't matter. Was he gone for 2 days?
He was gone for a period of time.
Okay, because I remember I did a drive-by 2 days in a row, and his truck was gone both times late at night. So I assumed he was gone out of town, and that's probably why I texted him that.
Here's a question for you. The neighbors, that gate.
Okay.
It's kind of a hidden gate back there, especially when there's foliage and stuff. How'd you find out about that gate?
Oh, that was one of my walk-bys.
Did you walk in their backyard and look around and kind of get the lay of the land back
I
there?
got to the garage, that was it. And then I was getting a lay of the land, I guess you'd say.
Did you walk across and look through the hedges to look into Carlisle's backyard?
No, I didn't get to that. But I did get to the back of Carlisle's white fence to look through one of the slats that was tilted out and broken to get a look-see, but I didn't see the Sonatrol sign on the door.
Okay.
So that's why that night when I went around the corner when they weren't there yet and saw the Sonatrol, that's why I had changed it, because I know that some people have remote systems to turn their alarms off and on, and they got panic buttons. So that was one reason why I sent Laz back, because if they had that panic button, then it would have been 2 bumbling idiots trying to get away instead of 1. And I kind of sacrificed myself in a way, in the sense that if somebody was going to get caught, it'd be just me. It didn't quite work out like that. But I'm still trying to remember why.
I haven't thought of it.
I don't think so on the Carlisle. We mentioned before a job in Arizona. There's some text message correspondence between you and DeLeo. He's trying to get you to do a job in Arizona. Did he ever send you a name or an address or talk to you about that deal in Arizona?
You know, I never remembered anything like that, and no.
Didn't ring a bell?
No, it doesn't ring a bell. He might have mentioned. See, I wish you guys would give me times, because I have a hard time trying to remember the whole picture.
This would have been after, it was something they affected same demolition job as the last one.
That sounds familiar. That text sounds familiar.
And then it follows up with the jobs in Arizona needs to be done ASAP.
Now that you mention it, I kind of remember something like that, but I don't know what it was about.
It didn't go anywhere then?
No.
Okay.
No. I never went to Arizona.
Okay.
It was one of those things that I didn't want to get involved. They wanted to. Hendrickson was kind of full of himself that night of the KC thing. That's why he didn't put a bullet in the back of my head while I was standing in the hall, because he's like, hey, I got me a killer now, kind of thing. But in my mind, I felt like put a bullet in the back of my head. I was with my manic depression. I didn't care anyways, after that, they wanted me to do all these things, the Kelly thing, finish that up, and I'm sure there would have been more had I done the Kelly thing, and that was not what I wanted. I just wanted to get in on other things, but not that. And I never felt right after KC, and it bothered me terribly, really.
Hey.
I mean, I felt haunted.
Yeah.
Literally haunted. Even my kids made a mention that there was a ghost in the house, because we had a couple of things missing, and my youngest saw a shadow and kind of like that.
Okay, let me. I think it's that way.
Worst internet connection.
Okay.
We're gonna end up going there. It's the only way to find him.
Okay. Hang on here. We're getting it. We've got a tablet here, and our internet's slow, so we're waiting for it to get back.
Like in a dungeon. Alright, where's my road at?
Go
I
straight
wish
south.
I can remember more.
That's it right there. Just go straight down that road.
You know, give me 2 or 3 months on my medication, and I'll probably remember a lot more. But,
Where's... I guess it's past
it
the
was
river.
never,
Beautiful river.
it was never something I was proud of.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Oh, it looks like
When
jungle.
the
So dirty.
Carlisle thing came by, it was something I didn't want to do this,
No swimming.
No.
and that's why I planned it for just.
Why would you live somewhere where it snows on, almost May 1st?
My parents moved because my dad got a job offer in June. He was shoveling snow. You're not. Okay, so there's the river. Where am I going from there? Right here, right?
Yeah, it's
This
right,
road.
right there.
Okay. All right, we'll get there here in a second. Ouch. I think they're looking at these 2 spots here, and I think they're too far over. But, I'm not sure where you guys are, if you're in the right spot or if you're on the right side of the
These
the
are 2
hillside.
fingers.
No, because they're angled different. There's like bushes.
Hey, can they get a GPS coordinate from there? Send it to us and we'll plug it in there and it'll drop it.
Yeah, can you give us your GPS coordinate?
Because I remember we were kind of like, there's a slope that comes up this way.
Okay.
The
But you
ground.
think it's this one or no?
Yeah, I think it's either this one or this one.
Okay.
Come back this way. Let's see. Because I remember it wasn't on a bend of the road.
I promise you, I'll give you as much notice as I can once we have a date to
So
confirm.
there's a bend right there.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So then it would maybe be right past that, right?
I pray to
That's
God
why-
we can get that plan. My director thinks he can get it for
That's
us.
why I say it's much easier.
Otherwise, it's
to-
going to be not fun.
Road trip.
A 4-day road trip.
I need a
probably.
couple cases of beer.
There you go.
You can't drink in Montana anymore driving down the road.
Damn it.
Damn. How fun would that be? Automatic weapons and handcuffs and beer. It's a Montana dream.
Okay, well these are fingers, but I
Yeah,
mean
but
that's a lot of trees.
That's a long way
it
down,
wasn't,
too.
It wasn't trees. It was
Like bushes.
yeah, but they were
Sagebrush.
they were probably 9-10 feet tall.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess that could be sagebrush. I mean that's quite a ways. Did you want that one?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Minus 103.2.
Oh, what about back here though? Because
See now
this
it's
is
okay.
before a bend.
it's because I don't remember that.
Can I
but-
see your search bar? Can we put numbers in it?
Yes.
Put in 47.56776, comma, minus 1.78.
All right. So they're right past those trees, those two fingers we were talking about.
See, that's what makes me wonder if it was this guy or this guy, because I don't remember the bend, but I don't remember the pond because I wasn't looking. I was always looking this way.
Is there any chance that it's in one of these two?
I don't think it's that far up because I remember we came around a big bend.
Yeah,
This kind of climbs and then it levels off.
Mm-hmm. Levels off for a little way.
Yeah, I might have them in the wrong spot. That's what I'm wondering because it. Hold on.
So if the road's there, I mean, these are.
Kind of. Maybe I do have them in the wrong spot. I just can't tell.
Because that would be closer.
Yeah, that's what I'm tripping on. And it was like there was bushes that came out this way like this, two of them, and we went through both of them. But we didn't go that far down. It was right. It was more towards right in there kind of thing. I think this one might be the wrong one.
This one?
Yeah, I might have them in the wrong spot. That's.
Seems like a long way off the road.
Yeah, that's why, because we didn't go up very far, and I don't remember the pond when we went by it, but I'm pretty sure
Is it possible it's that one?
Pond might have been frozen over too. You might not even notice that it was a
Oh,
pond.
that's probably true. Because I remember we came around the big bend, and then we came out, the land kind of leveled, and then it started to climb a little bit, but I never saw another corner. So maybe I got them in the wrong spot. They might be.
It might be the coulee that would be to your east. It might be on the other side of that one, but he's not sure. He's thinking we might have to bring him out there to see it.
There's kind of some fingers.
Yeah, that's what I'm tripping on. It wasn't like they were big fingers like this. It was shrubs that were about as tall as this ceiling.
He's saying there's some shrubs about as tall as this ceiling that they walked through to get to the spot. There was a couple of them together, two shrubs together, and they walked past those or right through those to get down to the spot by the tree.
Yeah, there's like two separate fingers of those things that we went through. But you can't tell from the Google Earth the way it's positioned.
It's hard to tell. I don't know if there's another way I can.
No, they're only 100 yards off the road, so. Yeah, he's saying there's no tree 100 yards from the road. No big tree. They're way further than that.
How big's the tree?
It's probably big around.
He's saying that if you guys went through a gate and then drove up closer to the edge of the coulee, you could be within 100 yards of a tree. But if you didn't go through a gate, see, there's a fence there, an old fence. It runs right along the top edge of that coulee. It runs almost right along the edge of that road. There's a big ass fence, a big four wire barbed wire fence.
Side?
Left side, between the road and the coulee. It's been there a long time. It's not a brand new fence.
That bend?
Yeah.
You went up that far?
I'm pretty sure.
Because there's some, there's a bend down here.
Could be this.
I'd have to just take it.
Sure. He's thinking he'll have to take us there. We'll work on this and I'll let you know, guys. I'll get back to you in a minute.
It could be that right there. You got a row of trees right off the road.
Right.
Right.
If it had the
Right. I'm aware of that.
like the Google Earth when you're on main road.
He is positive that the road they were on crossed the bridge over the river.
Yeah, that's the
aerial
road.
view.
I know that's the road.
He's positive that's the road. We're sitting here talking about it.
I know that's the road.
What is there a sign on the gate that says something similar to what he said that it said?
Yeah, something about Badlands.
So
Yeah,
a
there
pretty
are.
good bend. You
He's
can
positive that's the road, but he's thinking now it might be a little closer to the main road.
Maybe it is. I mean, I'm not.
He's just a 3/4 of a mile or a mile in, he's thinking.
You stayed on the main road, though?
On this one?
Yeah.
He never saw a pond. He never even saw the pond on the upper flat.
Yeah, I never saw nothing.
You didn't go off on a little road, right?
He says it was dirt.
Yeah, it was all dirt.
Right.
Because this is a good bend.
Yeah, but we went for a ways because this climbs.
Now we're looking at some of the lower stuff now.
This climbs, so you could be seen from the road.
Here's what he's saying. When you come through that gate, the road climbs, and he says you can be seen off the road, so they drove in further.
I came around the bend. I don't remember that trail, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. We're looking where he's just walking himself in now on the main road, taking a look, trying to identify where he was. He's thinking he'll have to come out there, and we may have to arrange that.
Okay.
I know, I'm just trying to get the glare off. I just can't. Yeah, I can't say. I thought it was right back in there. I thought it was back.
I'll confirm that west versus south. Is there the road going between Watford City and Williston better than I? Is there a road that goes out there and crosses over a river, and then you have some kind of Badlands Park out there?
I know that right across the street from this guy, right there, I remember that. That's a pullout with a view. I remember that because that's the right road.
Okay, he's positive it's the right road because he remembers the pullout with the view.
Yeah, that's a view.
Just after the road.
Right across it, yeah. So that is the road.
So he's positive that's the road that they went in
and
on.
then, is that a gate?
This doesn't look like it was a gate. That's why I was asking if you went
See, I don't.
on.
Right, he's describing it going in that the road goes
I'm
uphill. You
pretty
can be
sure
seen
that's
from the
it.
road, so they drove in further.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
And then it
It's
goes
just-
around a corner and starts leveling out.
Yeah, and I don't remember how far we drove. Like quarter mile maybe or something. It was far enough from the road so you couldn't be seen. And it looks almost like a gate right there.
This?
Yeah.
It's a gravel road.
Yeah, it's just gravel.
Just a 2-track, it looks
Was the
like.
gate shut?
Yeah.
You had to open it and close it?
Yeah, it was one of those barbed wire with the tree branches.
Yeah, he says it's only 3/4 of a mile to a mile that he thinks he was in, but he could be off on this, guys.
Yeah, that sucks.
Okay. We'll sit here and work on it. If I have anything significant, I'll get back to you.
I'm sorry.
It's hard to do when you're not there.
I will.
If the Google Earth had the land where, like, when you're on the street, if they had it on there, that'd be
Surprising they
different.
don't have street view on that.
Yeah.
I always, and then when I was back at the house, I always thought it was the one I was pointing to. But I might be actually off until actually going there and saying that's it right there.
Question about the gun that you threw in the river.
Yeah.
You said you took it apart.
Yeah.
How small pieces did you take it apart in?
Just the regular pieces.
So do you leave the receiver together and the slide together and throw them out? You pull the barrel out of it and throw it separate?
They're all that's just a part. They're all parts.
So springs by itself, barrels by itself.
Yeah, and the spring and the pin, they're real close to the edge because they didn't get that far out.
How far? Like and then the receiver, it probably was all in one piece. Pretty hard to take that apart without a screwdriver.
Yeah, except for the slide.
How far did you throw that stuff out in the river? Center, 3/4 of the way across, closer to shore where you were.
probably a third, maybe.
Okay.
Something like that, somewhere in that area.
All right.
The barrel, since that had some weight, probably made it about just as far, and the receiver too, but the spring and the pin didn't make it that far out.
All right. At some point when the river goes down, I'll grab you with one of your attorneys or both, and we'll go out and have you show the dive guys kind of the direction you were throwing and where you were standing about.
I'm sorry to waste you guys' time.
You're not wasting
No,
time.
not at all.
You're not wasting time.
I just,
Does that move? Or do they just sink?
It'll go
For my
downriver a
own
little
curiosity.
ways. The
Yeah.
current will carry it as it sinks. But
Yeah,
we have
'cause-
pretty good luck.
Once
That's
it
a,
sinks,
it-
it just kind of stays.
right
well,
there.
there's two things in play. If it's a small gravel bottom, that gravel actually sits there and kind of vibrates with the current, and it'll eventually sink and work its way in. But that's a boulder bottom, hard, and it'll be laying right there.
Yeah,
They'll find. They have good luck finding that stuff for us.
It's right before the river gets shallow, right there.
Mm-hmm. There's kind of an eddy back in there, deeper spot.
Yeah, it's right across from the Kaiser pump house,
Mm-hmm.
and it's right before it starts to get shallow where you can see the rock.
Okay. I don't have anything else this morning. You? Okay. Thanks for trying for us this morning.
If I remember something else. If you guys got me in a text or something, I could probably figure out the better things.
Once I get the additional tower information and we do some more text work, because we pulled up a ton of text here that were deleted.
Yeah, we will need you to go through those and kind of decipher some code here and there that most of it's not too tough to understand what was going on, but some of them just to make sure that we have the right language and that we interpret it correctly.
Yeah,
There's quite a bit of that.
I appreciate that.
Can you hang out with him for a second while I get ready? Sure.
Did you need to speak with him at all before we?
We're good. I think we're good.
You good?
Yeah.
We know where to find you.
Casey Clark's body was never found. As part of his plea deal, Timothy Sucker was sentenced to 30 years in prison. DeLeo was sentenced to 22 years. James Hendrickson was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms behind bars.